Today, in Audiobooks for Me, we are going to listen to The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins. This book is divided in 5 videos. This is Part 2. We hope you enjoy it. Chapter 12. The Thursday night passed, and nothing happened. With the Friday morning came 2 pieces of news. Item the first, the baker's man declared he had met Rosanna Spearman on the previous afternoon with a thick veil on, walking towards Frizinghall by the footpath way over the moor. It seemed strange that anybody should be mistaken about Rosanna, whose shoulder marked her out pretty plainly, poor thing. But mistaken the man must have been, for Rosanna, as you know, had been all the Thursday afternoon ill upstairs in her room. Item the second came through the postman. Worthy Mr. Candy had said one more of his many unlucky things when he drove off in the rain on the birthday night and told me that a doctor's skin was waterproof. In spite of his skin, the wet had got through him. He had caught a chill that night and was now down with a fever. The last accounts, brought by the postman, represented him to be light-headed, talking nonsense as glibly poor man in his delirium as he often talked it in his sober senses. We were all sorry for the little doctor, but Mr. Franklin appeared to regret his illness, chiefly on Miss Rachel's account. From what he said to my lady while I was in the room at breakfast time, he appeared to think that Miss Rachel, if the suspense about the Moonstone was not soon set at rest, might stand in urgent need of the best medical advice at our disposal. Breakfast had not been over long when a telegram from Mr. Blake the elder arrived in answer to his son. It informed us that he had laid hands, by help of his friend, the Commissioner, on the right man to help us. The name of him was Sergeant Cuff, and the arrival of him from London might be expected by the morning train. At reading the name of the new police officer, Mr. Franklin gave a start. It seems that he had heard some curious anecdotes about Sergeant Cuff from his father's lawyer during his stay in London. "I begin to hope we are seeing the end of our anxieties already," he said. "If half the stories I have heard are true, when it comes to unraveling a mystery, there isn't the equal in England of Sergeant Cuff." We all got excited and impatient as the time drew near for the appearance of this renowned and capable character. Superintendent Seagrave, returning to us at his appointed time, and hearing that the sergeant was expected, instantly shut himself up in a room, with pen, ink, and paper to make notes of the report which would be certainly expected from him. I should have liked to have gone to the station myself to fetch the sergeant, but my lady's carriage and horses were not to be thought of, even for the celebrated Cuff, and the pony chaise was required later for Mr. Godfrey. He deeply regretted being obliged to leave his aunt at such an anxious time, and he kindly put off the hour of his departure till as late as the last train, for the purpose of hearing what the clever London police officer thought of the case. But on Friday night he must be in town, having a ladies' charity, in difficulties, waiting to consult him on Saturday morning. When the time came for the sergeant's arrival, I went down to the gate to look out for him. A fly from the railway drove up as I reached the lodge, and out got a grizzled, elderly man, so miserably lean that he looked as if he had not got an ounce of flesh on his bones in any part of him. He was dressed all in decent black, with a white cravat round his neck. His face was as sharp as a hatchet, and the skin of it was as yellow and dry and withered as an autumn leaf. His eyes, of a steely light grey, had a very disconcerting trick, when they encountered your eyes, of looking as if they expected something more from you than you were aware of yourself. His walk was soft, his voice was melancholy, his long, lanky fingers were hooked like claws. He might have been a parson, or an undertaker, or anything else you like, except what he really was. A more complete opposite to Superintendent Seagrave than Sergeant Cuff, and a less comforting officer to look at for a family in distress. I defy you to discover. Search where you may. "Is this Lady Verinder's?" he asked. "Yes, sir." "I am Sergeant Cuff." "This way, sir, if you please." On our road to the house, I mentioned my name and position in the family to satisfy him that he might speak to me about the business on which my lady was to employ him. Not a word did he say about the business, however, for all that. He admired the grounds and remarked that he felt the sea air very brisk and refreshing. I privately wondered, on my side, how the celebrated Cuff had got his reputation. We reached the house in the temper of two strange dogs, coupled up together for the first time in their lives by the same chain. Asking for my lady, and hearing that she was in one of the conservatories, we went round to the gardens at the back and sent a servant to seek her. While we were waiting, Sergeant Cuff looked through the evergreen arch on our left, spied out our rosary, and walked straight in, with the first appearance of anything like interest that he had shown yet. To the gardener's astonishment, and to my disgust, this celebrated policeman proved to be quite a mine of learning on the trumpery subject of rose gardens. "Ah, you've got the right exposure here to the south and southwest," says the sergeant, with a wag of his grizzled head and a streak of pleasure in his melancholy voice. "This is the shape for a rosary, nothing like a circle set in a square. Yes, yes, with walks between all the beds, but they oughtn't to be gravel walks like these. Grass, Mr. Gardener. Grass walks between your roses. Gravel's too hard for them. That's a sweet, pretty bed of white roses and blush roses. They always mix well together, don't they? Here's the white musk rose, Mr. Betteridge, our old English rose holding up its head along with the best and the newest of them." "Pretty dear," says the sergeant, fondling the musk rose with his lanky fingers and speaking to it as if he was speaking to a child. This was a nice sort of man to recover Miss Rachel's diamond and to find out the thief who stole it. "You seem to be fond of roses, Sergeant," I remarked. "I haven't much time to be fond of anything," says Sergeant Cuff, "but when I have a moment's fondness to bestow, most times, Mr. Betteridge, the roses get it. I began my life among them in my father's nursery garden, and I shall end my life among them, if I can. Yes, one of these days, please God, I shall retire from catching thieves and try my hand at growing roses. There will be grass walks, Mr. Gardener, between my beds," says the sergeant, on whose mind the gravel paths of our rosary seemed to dwell unpleasantly. "It seems an odd taste, sir," I ventured to say, "for a man in your line of life. If you will look about you, which most people won't do," says Sergeant Cuff, "you will see that the nature of a man's tastes is most times as opposite as possible to the nature of a man's business. Show me any two things more opposite one from the other than a rose and a thief, and I'll correct my tastes accordingly if it isn't too late at my time of life. You find the damask rose a goodish stock for most of the tender sorts, don't you, Mr. Gardener?" "Ah, I thought so. Here's a lady coming. Is it Lady Verinder?" He had seen her before either I or the gardener had seen her, though we knew which way to look, and he didn't. I began to think him rather a quicker man than he appeared to be at first sight. The sergeant's appearance, or the sergeant's errand, one or both, seemed to cause my lady some little embarrassment. She was, for the first time in all my experience of her, at a loss what to say at an interview with a stranger. Sergeant Cuff put her at her ease directly. He asked if any other person had been employed about the robbery before we sent for him, and hearing that another person had been called in and was now in the house, begged leave to speak to him before anything else was done. My lady led the way back. Before he followed her, the sergeant relieved his mind on the subject of the gravel walks by a parting word to the gardener. "Get her ladyship to try grass," he said, with a sour look at the paths. "No gravel, no gravel." Why Superintendent Seagrave should have appeared to be several sizes smaller than life on being presented to Sergeant Cuff, I can't undertake to explain. I can only state the fact. They retired together and remained a weary, long time shut up from all mortal intrusion. When they came out, Mr. Superintendent was excited, and Mr. Sergeant was yawning. "The sergeant wishes to see Miss Verinder's sitting room," says Mr. Seagrave, addressing me with great pomp and eagerness. "The sergeant may have some questions to ask. Attend the sergeant, if you please." While I was being ordered about in this way, I looked at the great Cuff. The great Cuff, on his side, looked at Superintendent Seagrave in that quietly expecting way which I have already noticed. I can't affirm that he was on the watch for his brother officer's speedy appearance in the character of an ass. I can only say that I strongly suspected it. I led the way upstairs. The sergeant went softly all over the Indian cabinet and all round the boudoir, asking questions, occasionally only of Mr. Superintendent and continually of me, the drift of which I believe to have been equally unintelligible to both of us. In due time, his course brought him to the door and put him face to face with the decorative painting that you know of. He laid one lean, inquiring finger on the small smear just under the lock, which Superintendent Seagrave had already noticed when he reproved the women servants for all crowding together into the room. "That's a pity," says Sergeant Cuff. "How did it happen?" He put the question to me. I answered that the women servants had crowded into the room on the previous morning, and that some of their petticoats had done the mischief. "Superintendent Seagrave ordered them out, sir," I added, "before they did any more harm." "Right," says Mr. Superintendent, in his military way. "I ordered them out. The petticoats did it, Sergeant. The petticoats did it." "Did you notice which petticoat did it?" asked Sergeant Cuff, still addressing himself, not to his brother officer, but to me. "No, sir." He turned to Superintendent Seagrave upon that, and said, "You noticed, I suppose?" Mr. Superintendent looked a little taken aback, but he made the best of it. "I can't charge my memory, Sergeant," he said. "A mere trifle, a mere trifle." Sergeant Cuff looked at Mr. Seagrave as he had looked at the gravel walks in the Rosary, and gave us, in his melancholy way, the first taste of his quality which we had had yet. "I made a private inquiry last week, Mr. Superintendent," he said. "At one end of the inquiry there was a murder, and at the other end there was a spot of ink on a tablecloth that nobody could account for. In all my experience along the dirtiest ways of this dirty little world, I have never met with such a thing as a trifle yet. Before we go a step further in this business, we must see the petticoat that made the smear, and we must know for certain when that paint was wet." Mr. Superintendent, taking his set down rather sulkily, asked if he should summon the women. Sergeant Cuff, after considering a minute, sighed and shook his head. "No," he said, "we'll take the matter of the paint first. It's a question of yes or no with the paint, which is short. It's a question of petticoats with the women, which is long. What o'clock was it when the servants were in this room yesterday morning? 11 o'clock, eh? Is there anybody in the house who knows whether that paint was wet or dry at 11 yesterday morning?" "Her ladyship's nephew, Mr. Franklin Blake, knows," I said. "Is the gentleman in the house?" Mr. Franklin was as close at hand as could be, waiting for his first chance of being introduced to the great Cuff. In half a minute he was in the room and was giving his evidence as follows. "That door, Sergeant," he said, "has been painted by Miss Verinder under my inspection, with my help, and in a vehicle of my own composition. The vehicle dries whatever colors may be used with it in 12 hours. Do you remember when the smeared bit was done, sir? Asked the sergeant. Perfectly, answered Mr. Franklin. That was the last morsel of the door to be finished. We wanted to get it done on Wednesday last, and I myself completed it by 3 in the afternoon, or soon after. Today is Friday, said Sergeant Cuff, addressing himself to Superintendent Seagrave. Let us reckon back, sir. At 3 on the Wednesday afternoon, that bit of the painting was completed. The vehicle dried it in 12 hours, that is to say, dried it by 3 o'clock on Thursday morning. At 11 on Thursday morning, you held your inquiry here. Take 3 from 11, and 8 remains. That paint had been 8 hours dry, Mr. Superintendent, when you supposed that the women servants' petticoats smeared it. First knockdown blow for Mr. Seagrave. If he had not suspected poor Penelope, I should have pitied him. Having settled the question of the paint, Sergeant Cuff, from that moment, gave his brother officer up as a bad job and addressed himself to Mr. Franklin as the more promising assistant of the two. It's quite on the cards, sir, he said, that you have put the clue into our hands. As the words passed his lips, the bedroom door opened, and Miss Rachel came out among us suddenly. She addressed herself to the sergeant, without appearing to notice or to heed that he was a perfect stranger to her. Did you say, she asked, pointing to Mr. Franklin, that he had put the clue into your hands? This is Miss Verinder, I whispered behind the sergeant. That gentleman, miss, says the sergeant, with his steely grey eyes carefully studying my young lady's face, has possibly put the clue into our hands. She turned for one moment and tried to look at Mr. Franklin. I say tried, for she suddenly looked away again, before their eyes met. There seemed to be some strange disturbance in her mind. She coloured up, and then she turned pale again. With the paleness, there came a new look into her face, a look which it startled me to see. Having answered your question, miss, says the sergeant, I beg leave to make an inquiry in my turn. There is a smear on the painting of your door here. Do you happen to know when it was done, or who did it? Instead of making any reply, Miss Rachel went on with her questions, as if he had not spoken, or as if she had not heard him. Are you another police officer? She asked. I am Sergeant Cuff, miss, of the detective police. Do you think a young lady's advice worth having? I shall be glad to hear it, miss. Do your duty by yourself, and don't allow Mr. Franklin Blake to help you. She said those words so spitefully, so savagely, with such an extraordinary outbreak of ill will towards Mr. Franklin in her voice and in her look, that, though I had known her from a baby, though I loved and honoured her next to my lady herself, I was ashamed of Miss Rachel for the first time in my life. Sergeant Cuff's immovable eyes never stirred from off her face. Thank you, miss, he said. Do you happen to know anything about the smear? Might you have done it by accident yourself? I know nothing about the smear. With that answer, she turned away and shut herself up again in her bedroom. This time, I heard her, as Penelope had heard her before, burst out crying as soon as she was alone again. I couldn't bring myself to look at the sergeant. I looked at Mr. Franklin, who stood nearest to me. He seemed to be even more sorely distressed at what had passed than I was. I told you I was uneasy about her, he said, and now you see why. Miss Verinder appears to be a little out of temper about the loss of her diamond, remarked the sergeant. It's a valuable jewel. Natural enough, natural enough. Here was the excuse that I had made for her, when she forgot herself before Superintendent Seagrave on the previous day, being made for her over again, by a man who couldn't have had my interest in making it, for he was a perfect stranger. A kind of cold shudder ran through me, which I couldn't account for at the time. I know now that I must have got my first suspicion, at that moment, of a new light, and horrid light, having suddenly fallen on the case in the mind of Sergeant Cuff, purely and entirely in consequence of what he had seen in Miss Rachel and heard from Miss Rachel at that first interview between them. "A young lady's tongue is a privileged member, sir," says the sergeant to Mr. Franklin. "Let us forget what has passed and go straight on with this business. Thanks to you, we know when the paint was dry. The next thing to discover is when the paint was last seen without that smear. You have got a head on your shoulders, and you understand what I mean." Mr. Franklin composed himself and came back with an effort from Miss Rachel to the matter in hand. "I think I do understand," he said. "The more we narrow the question of time, the more we also narrow the field of inquiry." "That's it, sir," said the sergeant. "Did you notice your work here on the Wednesday afternoon after you had done it?" Mr. Franklin shook his head and answered, "I can't say I did." "Did you?" inquired Sergeant Cuff, turning to me. "I can't say I did either, sir." "Who was the last person in the room, the last thing, on Wednesday night?" "Miss Rachel, I suppose, sir." Mr. Franklin struck in there. "Or possibly your daughter, Betteridge." He turned to Sergeant Cuff and explained that my daughter was Miss Verinder's maid. "Mr. Betteridge, ask your daughter to step up." "Stop," says the sergeant, taking me away to the window, out of earshot. "Your superintendent here," he went on in a whisper, "has made a pretty full report to me of the manner in which he has managed this case. Among other things, he has, by his own confession, set the servants' backs up. It's very important to smooth them down again. Tell your daughter, and tell the rest of them, these two things, with my compliments. First, that I have no evidence before me, yet that the diamond has been stolen. I only know that the diamond has been lost. Second, that my business here with the servants is simply to ask them to lay their heads together and help me to find it. My experience of the women servants, when Superintendent Seagrave laid his embargo on their rooms, came in handy here. May I make so bold, Sergeant, as to tell the women a third thing?" I asked. "Are they free, with your compliments, to fidget up and down stairs and whisk in and out of their bedrooms if the fit takes them?" "Perfectly free," said the sergeant. "That will smooth them down, sir," I remarked, "from the cook to the scullion. Go and do it at once, Mr. Betteridge." I did it in less than 5 minutes. There was only one difficulty when I came to the bit about the bedrooms. It took a pretty stiff exertion of my authority, as chief, to prevent the whole of the female household from following me and Penelope upstairs, in the character of volunteer witnesses, in a burning fever of anxiety, to help Sergeant Cuff. The sergeant seemed to approve of Penelope. He became a trifle less dreary, and he looked much as he had looked when he noticed the white musk rose in the flower garden. Here is my daughter's evidence, as drawn off from her by the sergeant. She gave it, I think, very prettily, but there, she is my child all over. Nothing of her mother in her. Lord bless you, nothing of her mother in her." Penelope examined, took a lively interest in the painting on the door, having helped to mix the colours, noticed the bit of work under the lock because it was the last bit done, had seen it some hours afterwards without a smear, had left it as late as 12 at night without a smear, had at that hour wished her young lady good night in the bedroom, had heard the clock strike in the boudoir, had her hand at the time on the handle of the painted door, knew the paint was wet, having helped to mix the colours as aforesaid, took particular pains not to touch it, could swear that she held up the skirts of her dress and that there was no smear on the paint then. Could not swear that her dress mightn't have touched it accidentally in going out. Remembered the dress she had on because it was new, a present from Miss Rachel. Her father remembered, and could speak to it too, could and would and did fetch it. Dress recognized by her father as the dress she wore that night. Skirts examined, a long job from the size of them, not the ghost of a paint stain discovered anywhere. End of Penelope's evidence, and very pretty and convincing too. Signed, Gabriel Betteridge. The sergeant's next proceeding was to question me about any large dogs in the house who might have got into the room and done the mischief with a whisk of their tails. Hearing that this was impossible, he next sent for a magnifying glass and tried how the smear looked. Seen that way, no skin mark, as of a human hand, printed off on the paint. All the signs visible, signs which told that the paint had been smeared by some loose article of somebody's dress touching it in going by. That somebody, putting together Penelope's evidence and Mr. Franklin's evidence, must have been in the room and done the mischief between midnight and 3 o'clock on the Thursday morning. Having brought his investigation to this point, Sergeant Cuff discovered that such a person as Superintendent Seagrave was still left in the room, upon which he summed up the proceedings for his brother officer's benefit, as follows. "This trifle of yours, Mr. Superintendent," says the sergeant, pointing to the place on the door, "has grown a little in importance since you noticed it last. At the present stage of the inquiry, there are, as I take it, 3 discoveries to make, starting from that smear. Find out, first, whether there is any article of dress in this house with the smear of the paint on it. Find out, second, who that dress belongs to. Find out, third, how the person can account for having been in this room and smeared the paint between midnight and 3 in the morning. If the person can't satisfy you, you haven't far to look for the hand that has got the diamond. I'll work this by myself, if you please, and detain you no longer from your regular business in the town. You have got one of your men here, I see. Leave him here at my disposal, in case I want him, and allow me to wish you good morning." Superintendent Seagrave's respect for the sergeant was great, but his respect for himself was greater still. Hit hard by the celebrated Cuff, he hit back smartly, to the best of his ability, on leaving the room. "I have abstained from expressing any opinion so far," says Mr. Superintendent, with his military voice still in good working order. "I have now only one remark to offer, on leaving this case in your hands. There is such a thing, Sergeant, as making a mountain out of a molehill. Good morning. There is also such a thing as making nothing out of a molehill, in consequence of your head being too high to see it." Having returned his brother officer's compliments in those terms, Sergeant Cuff wheeled about and walked away to the window by himself. Mr. Franklin and I waited to see what was coming next. The sergeant stood at the window with his hands in his pockets, looking out and whistling the tune of the last rose of summer softly to himself. Later in the proceedings, I discovered that he only forgot his manners so far as to whistle, when his mind was hard at work, seeing its way inch by inch to its own private ends, on which occasions the last rose of summer evidently helped and encouraged him. I suppose it fitted in somehow with his character. It reminded him, you see, of his favorite roses, and as he whistled it, it was the most melancholy tune going. Turning from the window, after a minute or two, the sergeant walked into the middle of the room and stopped there, deep in thought, with his eyes on Miss Rachel's bedroom door. After a little he roused himself, nodded his head, as much as to say, That will do. And addressing me, asked for 10 minutes conversation with my mistress at her ladyship's earliest convenience. Leaving the room with this message, I heard Mr. Franklin ask the sergeant a question, and stopped to hear the answer also at the threshold of the door. "Can you guess yet?" inquired Mr. Franklin. "Who has stolen the diamond?" "Nobody has stolen the diamond," answered Sergeant Cuff. We both started at that extraordinary view of the case, and both earnestly begged him to tell us what he meant. "Wait a little," said the sergeant. "The pieces of the puzzle are not all put together yet." Chapter 13. I found my lady in her own sitting room. She started and looked annoyed when I mentioned that Sergeant Cuff wished to speak to her. "Must I see him?" she asked. "Can't you represent me, Gabriel?" I felt at a loss to understand this, and showed it plainly, I suppose, in my face. My lady was so good as to explain herself. "I am afraid my nerves are a little shaken," she said. "There is something in that police officer from London which I recoil from. I don't know why. I have a presentiment that he is bringing trouble and misery with him into the house. Very foolish and very unlike me, but so it is." I hardly knew what to say to this. The more I saw of Sergeant Cuff, the better I liked him. My lady rallied a little, after having opened her heart to me, being naturally a woman of a high courage, as I have already told you. "If I must see him, I must," she said. "But I can't prevail on myself to see him alone. Bring him in, Gabriel, and stay here as long as he stays." This was the first attack of the megrims that I remembered in my mistress since the time when she was a young girl. I went back to the boudoir. Mr. Franklin strolled out into the garden and joined Mr. Godfrey, whose time for departure was now drawing near. Sergeant Cuff and I went straight to my mistress's room. I declare my lady turned a shade paler at the sight of him. She commanded herself, however, in other respects, and asked the sergeant if he had any objection to my being present. She was so good as to add that I was her trusted adviser as well as her old servant, and that in anything which related to the household I was the person whom it might be most profitable to consult. The sergeant politely answered that he would take my presence as a favour, having something to say about the servants in general, and having found my experience in that quarter already of some use to him. My lady pointed to 2 chairs, and we set in for our conference immediately. "I have already formed an opinion on this case," says Sergeant Cuff, "which I beg your ladyship's permission to keep to myself for the present. My business now is to mention what I have discovered upstairs in Miss Verinder's sitting room, and what I have decided, with your ladyship's leave, on doing next." He then went into the matter of the smear on the paint, and stated the conclusions he drew from it, just as he had stated them, only with greater respect of language, to Superintendent Seagrave. "One thing," he said in conclusion, "is certain. The diamond is missing out of the drawer in the cabinet. Another thing is next to certain. The marks from the smear on the door must be on some article of dress belonging to somebody in this house. We must discover that article of dress before we go a step further." "And that discovery," remarked my mistress, "implies, I presume, the discovery of the thief." "I beg your ladyship's pardon. I don't say the diamond is stolen. I only say at present that the diamond is missing. The discovery of the stained dress may lead the way to finding it." Her ladyship looked at me. "Do you understand this?" she said. "Sergeant Cuff understands it, my lady," I answered. "How do you propose to discover the stained dress?" inquired my mistress, addressing herself once more to the sergeant. "My good servants, who have been with me for years, have, I am ashamed to say, had their boxes and rooms searched already by the other officer. I can't and won't permit them to be insulted in that way a second time. There was a mistress to serve. There was a woman in 10,000 if you like. That is the very point I was about to put to your ladyship, said the sergeant. The other officer has done a world of harm to this inquiry by letting the servants see that he suspected them. If I give them cause to think themselves suspected a second time, there's no knowing what obstacles they may not throw in my way, the women especially. At the same time, their boxes must be searched again, for this plain reason that the first investigation only looked for the diamond, and that the second investigation must look for the stained dress. I quite agree with you, my lady, that the servants' feelings ought to be consulted, but I am equally clear that the servants' wardrobes ought to be searched. This looked very like a deadlock. My lady said so, in choicer language than mine. I have got a plan to meet the difficulty, said Sergeant Cuff, if your ladyship will consent to it. I propose explaining the case to the servants. The women will think themselves suspected directly, I said, interrupting him. The women won't, Mr. Betteridge, answered the sergeant. If I can tell them, I am going to examine the wardrobes of everybody, from her ladyship downwards, who slept in the house on Wednesday night. It's a mere formality, he added with a side look at my mistress, but the servants will accept it as even dealing between them and their betters, and instead of hindering the investigation, they will make a point of honour of assisting it. I saw the truth of that. My lady, after her first surprise was over, saw the truth of it also. You are certain the investigation is necessary, she said. It's the shortest way that I can see, my lady, to the end we have in view. My mistress rose to ring the bell for her maid. You shall speak to the servants, she said, with the keys of my wardrobe in your hand. Sergeant Cuff stopped her by a very unexpected question. Hadn't we better make sure first, he asked, that the other ladies and gentlemen in the house will consent too? The only other lady in the house is Miss Verinder, answered my mistress with a look of surprise. The only gentlemen are my nephews, Mr. Blake and Mr. Ablewhite. There is not the least fear of a refusal from any of the three. I reminded my lady here that Mr. Godfrey was going away. As I said the words, Mr. Godfrey himself knocked at the door to say goodbye, and was followed in by Mr. Franklin, who was going with him to the station. My lady explained the difficulty. Mr. Godfrey settled it directly. He called to Samuel through the window to take his portmanteau upstairs again, and he then put the key himself into Sergeant Cuff's hand. My luggage can follow me to London, he said, when the inquiry is over. The sergeant received the key with a becoming apology. I am sorry to put you to any inconvenience, sir, for a mere formality, but the example of their betters will do wonders in reconciling the servants to this inquiry. Mr. Godfrey, after taking leave of my lady in a most sympathizing manner, left a farewell message for Miss Rachel, the terms of which made it clear to my mind that he had not taken no for an answer, and that he meant to put the marriage question to her once more at the next opportunity. Mr. Franklin, on following his cousin out, informed the sergeant that all his clothes were open to examination, and that nothing he possessed was kept under lock and key. Sergeant Cuff made his best acknowledgments. His views, you will observe, had been met with the utmost readiness by my lady, by Mr. Godfrey, and by Mr. Franklin. There was only Miss Rachel now wanting to follow their lead, before we called the servants together, and began the search for the stained dress. My lady's unaccountable objection to the sergeant seemed to make our conference more distasteful to her than ever as soon as we were left alone again. If I send you down Miss Verinder's keys, she said to him, I presume I shall have done all you want of me for the present. I beg your ladyship's pardon, said Sergeant Cuff. Before we begin, I should like, if convenient, to have the washing book. The stained article of dress may be an article of linen. If the search leads to nothing, I want to be able to account next for all the linen in the house and for all the linen sent to the wash. If there is an article missing, there will be at least a presumption that it has got the paint stain on it and that it has been purposely made away with yesterday or today by the person owning it. Superintendent Seagrave, added the sergeant, turning to me, pointed the attention of the women servants to the smear when they all crowded into the room on Thursday morning. That may turn out, Mr. Betteridge, to have been one more of Superintendent Seagrave's many mistakes. My lady desired me to ring the bell and order the washing book. She remained with us until it was produced, in case Sergeant Cuff had any further request to make of her after looking at it. The washing book was brought in by Rosanna Spearman. The girl had come down to breakfast that morning, miserably pale and haggard, but sufficiently recovered from her illness of the previous day to do her usual work. Sergeant Cuff looked attentively at our second housemaid, at her face when she came in, at her crooked shoulder when she went out. "Have you anything more to say to me?" asked my lady, still as eager as ever to be out of the sergeant's society. The great Cuff opened the washing book, understood it perfectly in half a minute, and shut it up again. "I venture to trouble your ladyship with one last question," he said. "Has the young woman who brought us this book been in your employment as long as the other servants?" "Why do you ask?" said my lady. "The last time I saw her," answered the sergeant, "she was in prison for theft. After that, there was no help for it but to tell him the truth. My mistress dwelt strongly on Rosanna's good conduct in her service, and on the high opinion entertained of her by the matron at the reformatory. You don't suspect her, I hope?" my lady added, in conclusion, very earnestly. "I have already told your ladyship that I don't suspect any person in the house of thieving, up to the present time." After that answer, my lady rose to go upstairs and ask for Miss Rachel's keys. The sergeant was beforehand with me in opening the door for her. He made a very low bow. My lady shuddered as she passed him. We waited, and no keys appeared. Sergeant Cuff made no remark to me. He turned his melancholy face to the window, he put his lanky hands into his pockets, and he whistled "The Last Rose of Summer" softly to himself. At last Samuel came in, not with the keys, but with a morsel of paper for me. I got at my spectacles, with some fumbling and difficulty, feeling the sergeant's dismal eyes fixed on me all the time. There were 2 or 3 lines on the paper, written in pencil by my lady. They informed me that Miss Rachel flatly refused to have her wardrobe examined. Asked for her reasons, she had burst out crying. Asked again, she had said, "I won't, because I won't. I must yield to force if you use it, but I will yield to nothing else." I understood my lady's disinclination to face Sergeant Cuff with such an answer from her daughter as that. If I had not been too old for the amiable weaknesses of youth, I believe I should have blushed at the notion of facing him myself. "Any news of Miss Verinder's keys?" asked the sergeant. "My young lady refuses to have her wardrobe examined." "Ah," said the sergeant. His voice was not quite in such a perfect state of discipline as his face. When he said "ah," he said it in the tone of a man who had heard something which he expected to hear. He half angered and half frightened me. Why, I couldn't tell, but he did it. "Must the search be given up?" I asked. "Yes," said the sergeant. "The search must be given up, because your young lady refuses to submit to it like the rest. We must examine all the wardrobes in the house, or none. Send Mr. Ablewhite's portmanteau to London by the next train, and return the washing book with my compliments and thanks to the young woman Who brought it in? He laid the washing book on the table, and taking out his penknife, began to trim his nails. You don't seem to be much disappointed, I said. No, said Sergeant Cuff, I am not much disappointed. I tried to make him explain himself. Why should Miss Rachel put an obstacle in your way? I inquired. Isn't it her interest to help you? Wait a little, Mr. Betteridge, wait a little. Cleverer heads than mine might have seen his drift, or a person less fond of Miss Rachel than I was might have seen his drift. My lady's horror of him might, as I have since thought, have meant that she saw his drift, as the scripture says, in a glass darkly. I didn't see it yet. That's all I know. What's to be done next? I asked. Sergeant Cuff finished the nail on which he was then at work, looked at it for a moment with a melancholy interest, and put up his penknife. Come out into the garden, he said, and let's have a look at the roses. Chapter 14. The nearest way to the garden, on going out of my lady's sitting room, was by the shrubbery path, which you already know of. For the sake of your better understanding of what is now to come, I may add to this that the shrubbery path was Mr. Franklin's favourite walk. When he was out in the grounds, and when we failed to find him anywhere else, we generally found him here. I am afraid I must own that I am rather an obstinate old man. The more firmly Sergeant Cuff kept his thoughts shut up from me, the more firmly I persisted in trying to look in at them. As we turned into the shrubbery path, I attempted to circumvent him in another way. As things are now, I said, if I was in your place, I should be at my wits' end. If you were in my place, answered the sergeant, you would have formed an opinion, and as things are now, any doubt you might previously have felt about your own conclusions would be completely set at rest. Never mind, for the present, what those conclusions are. Mr. Betteridge, I haven't brought you out here to draw me like a badger. I have brought you out here to ask for some information. You might have given it to me, no doubt, in the house, instead of out of it. But doors and listeners have a knack of getting together, and in my line of life, we cultivate a healthy taste for the open air. Who was to circumvent this man? I gave in, and waited as patiently as I could to hear what was coming next. We won't enter into your young lady's motives, the sergeant went on. We will only say it's a pity she declines to assist me, because by so doing, she makes this investigation more difficult than it might otherwise have been. We must now try to solve the mystery of the smear on the door, which, you may take my word for it, means the mystery of the diamond also in some other way. I have decided to see the servants, and to search their thoughts and actions, Mr. Betteridge, instead of searching their wardrobes. Before I begin, however, I want to ask you a question or two. You are an observant man. Did you notice anything strange in any of the servants, making due allowance, of course, for fright and fluster after the loss of the diamond was found out? Any particular quarrel among them? Any one of them not in his or her usual spirits, unexpectedly out of temper, for instance, or unexpectedly taken ill? I had just time to think of Rosanna Spearman's sudden illness at yesterday's dinner, but not time to make any answer, when I saw Sergeant Cuff's eyes suddenly turn aside towards the shrubbery, and I heard him say softly to himself, "Hullo." "What's the matter?" I asked. "A touch of the rheumatics in my back," said the sergeant in a loud voice, as if he wanted some third person to hear us. "We shall have a change in the weather before long." A few steps further brought us to the corner of the house. Turning off sharp to the right, we entered on the terrace, and went down, by the steps in the middle, into the garden below. Sergeant Cuff stopped there in the open space, where we could see round us on every side. "About that young person, Rosanna Spearman," he said, "it isn't very likely, with her personal appearance, that she has got a lover. But for the girl's own sake, I must ask you at once whether she has provided herself with a sweetheart, poor wretch, like the rest of them. What on earth did he mean, under present circumstances, by putting such a question to me as that? I stared at him, instead of answering him. I saw Rosanna Spearman hiding in the shrubbery as we went by, said the sergeant. When you said, hello. Yes, when I said hello. If there's a sweetheart in the case, the hiding doesn't much matter. If there isn't, as things are in this house, the hiding is a highly suspicious circumstance, and it will be my painful duty to act on it accordingly. What, in God's name, was I to say to him? I knew the shrubbery was Mr. Franklin's favorite walk. I knew he would most likely turn that way when he came back from the station. I knew that Penelope had over and over again caught her fellow servant hanging about there, and had always declared to me that Rosanna's object was to attract Mr. Franklin's attention. If my daughter was right, she might well have been lying in wait for Mr. Franklin's return when the sergeant noticed her. I was put between the two difficulties of mentioning Penelope's fanciful notion as if it was mine, or of leaving an unfortunate creature to suffer the consequences, the very serious consequences, of exciting the suspicion of Sergeant Cuff. Out of pure pity for the girl, on my soul and my character, out of pure pity for the girl, I gave the sergeant the necessary explanations and told him that Rosanna had been mad enough to set her heart on Mr. Franklin Blake. Sergeant Cuff never laughed. On the few occasions when anything amused him, he curled up a little at the corners of the lips. Nothing more. He curled up now. Hadn't you better say she's mad enough to be an ugly girl and only a servant? He asked. The falling in love with a gentleman of Mr. Franklin Blake's manners and appearance doesn't seem to me to be the maddest part of her conduct by any means. However, I'm glad the thing is cleared up. It relieves one's mind to have things cleared up. Yes, I'll keep it a secret, Mr. Betteridge. I like to be tender to human infirmity, though I don't get many chances of exercising that virtue in my line of life. You think Mr. Franklin Blake hasn't got a suspicion of the girl's fancy for him? Ah, he would have found it out fast enough if she had been nice-looking. The ugly women have a bad time of it in this world. Let's hope it will be made up to them in another. You have got a nice garden here and a well-kept lawn. See for yourself how much better the flowers look with grass about them instead of gravel. No, thank you. I won't take a rose. It goes to my heart to break them off the stem, just as it goes to your heart. You know, when there's something wrong in the servants' hall. Did you notice anything you couldn't account for in any of the servants when the loss of the diamond was first found out? I had got on very fairly well with Sergeant Cuff so far, but the slyness with which he slipped in that last question put me on my guard. In plain English, I didn't at all relish the notion of helping his inquiries when those inquiries took him, in the capacity of snake in the grass, among my fellow servants. I noticed nothing, I said, except that we all lost our heads together, myself included. Oh, says the sergeant, that's all you have to tell me, is it? I answered with, as I flattered myself, an unmoved countenance. That is all. Sergeant Cuff's dismal eyes looked me hard in the face. Mr. Betteridge, he said, have you any objection to oblige me by shaking hands? I have taken an extraordinary liking to you. Why he should have chosen the exact moment when I was deceiving him to give me that proof of his good opinion is beyond all comprehension. I felt a little proud. I really did feel a little proud of having been one too many at last for the celebrated Cuff. We went back to the house, the sergeant requesting that I would give him a room to himself, and then send in the servants, the indoor servants only, one after another, in the order of their rank, from first to last. I showed Sergeant Cuff into my own room and then called the servants together in the hall. Rosanna Spearman appeared among them, much as usual. She was as quick in her way as the sergeant in his, and I suspect she had heard what he said to me about the servants in general just before he discovered her. There she was at any rate, looking as if she had never heard of such a place as the shrubbery in her life. I sent them in, one by one, as desired. The cook was the first to enter the court of justice, otherwise my room. She remained but a short time. Report on coming out. Sergeant Cuff is depressed in his spirits, but Sergeant Cuff is a perfect gentleman. My lady's own maid followed. Remained much longer. Report on coming out. If Sergeant Cuff doesn't believe a respectable woman, he might keep his opinion to himself at any rate. Penelope went next. Remained only a moment or two. Report on coming out. Sergeant Cuff is much to be pitied. He must have been crossed in love, father, when he was a young man. The first housemaid followed Penelope. Remained like my lady's maid a long time. Report on coming out. I didn't enter her ladyship's service, Mr. Betteridge, to be doubted to my face by a low police officer. Rosanna Spearman went next. Remained longer than any of them. No report on coming out. Dead silence and lips as pale as ashes. Samuel, the footman, followed Rosanna. Remained a minute or two. Report on coming out. Whoever blacks Sergeant Cuff's boots ought to be ashamed of himself. Nancy, the kitchen maid, went last. Remained a minute or two. Report on coming out. Sergeant Cuff has a heart. He doesn't cut jokes, Mr. Betteridge, with a poor, hard-working girl. Going into the Court of Justice, when it was all over, to hear if there were any further commands for me, I found the sergeant at his old trick, looking out of window and whistling "The Last Rose of Summer" to himself. "Any discoveries, sir?" I inquired. "If Rosanna Spearman asks leave to go out," said the sergeant, "let the poor thing go. But let me know first. I might as well have held my tongue about Rosanna and Mr. Franklin. It was plain enough. The unfortunate girl had fallen under Sergeant Cuff's suspicions, in spite of all I could do to prevent it. I hope you don't think Rosanna is concerned in the loss of the diamond," I ventured to say. The corners of the sergeant's melancholy mouth curled up, and he looked hard in my face, just as he had looked in the garden. "I think I had better not tell you, Mr. Betteridge," he said. "You might lose your head, you know, for the second time." I began to doubt whether I had been one too many for the celebrated Cuff, after all. It was rather a relief to me that we were interrupted here by a knock at the door and a message from the cook. Rosanna Spearman had asked to go out for the usual reason, that her head was bad and she wanted a breath of fresh air. At a sign from the sergeant, I said, "Yes." "Which is the servant's way out?" he asked, when the messenger had gone. I showed him the servant's way out. "Lock the door of your room," says the sergeant, "and if anybody asks for me, say I'm in there, composing my mind." He curled up again at the corners of the lips and disappeared. Left alone, under those circumstances, a devouring curiosity pushed me on to make some discoveries for myself. It was plain that Sergeant Cuff's suspicions of Rosanna had been roused by something that he had found out at his examination of the servants in my room. Now, the only two servants, excepting Rosanna herself, who had remained under examination for any length of time, were my lady's own maid and the first housemaid, those two being also the women who had taken the lead in persecuting their unfortunate fellow servant from the first. Reaching these conclusions, I looked in on them, casually as it might be, in the servants' hall, and finding tea going forward, instantly invited myself to that meal. For nota bene, a drop of tea is to a woman's tongue what a drop of oil is to a wasting lamp. My reliance on the teapot as an ally did not go unrewarded. In less than half an hour, I knew as much as the sergeant himself. My lady's maid and the housemaid had, it appeared, neither of them believed in Rosanna's illness of the previous day. These two devils, I ask your pardon, but how else can you describe a couple of spiteful women, had stolen upstairs at intervals during the Thursday afternoon, had tried Rosanna's door and found it locked, had knocked and not been answered, had listened and not heard a sound inside. When the girl had come down to tea and had been sent up, still out of sorts, to bed again, the two devils aforesaid had tried her door once more and found it locked, had looked at the keyhole and found it stopped up, had seen a light under the door at midnight, and had heard the crackling of a fire in a servant's bedroom in the month of June at 4 in the morning. All this they had told Sergeant Cuff, who, in return for their anxiety to enlighten him, had eyed them with sour and suspicious looks, and had shown them plainly that he didn't believe either one or the other. Hence, the unfavorable reports of him which these two women had brought out with them from the examination. Hence, also, without reckoning the influence of the teapot, their readiness to let their tongues run to any length on the subject of the sergeant's ungracious behaviour to them. Having had some experience of the great Cuff's roundabout ways, and having last seen him evidently bent on following Rosanna privately when she went out for her walk, it seemed clear to me that he had thought it unadvisable to let the lady's maid and the housemaid know how materially they had helped him. They were just the sort of women, if he had treated their evidence as trustworthy, to have been puffed up by it, and to have said or done something which would have put Rosanna Spearman on her guard. I walked out in the fine summer afternoon, very sorry for the poor girl, and very uneasy in my mind at the turn things had taken. Drifting towards the shrubbery some time later, there I met Mr. Franklin. After returning from seeing his cousin off at the station, he had been with my lady, holding a long conversation with her. She had told him of Miss Rachel's unaccountable refusal to let her wardrobe be examined, and had put him in such low spirits about my young lady that he seemed to shrink from speaking on the subject. The family temper appeared in his face that evening, for the first time in my experience of him. "Well, Betteridge," he said, "how does the atmosphere of mystery and suspicion in which we are all living now agree with you? Do you remember that morning when I first came here with the Moonstone? I wish to God we had thrown it into the quicksand." After breaking out in that way, he abstained from speaking again until he had composed himself. We walked silently, side by side, for a minute or two, and then he asked me what had become of Sergeant Cuff. It was impossible to put Mr. Franklin off with the excuse of the sergeant being in my room, composing his mind. I told him exactly what had happened, mentioning particularly what my lady's maid and the housemaid had said about Rosanna Spearman. Mr. Franklin's clear head saw the turn the sergeant's suspicions had taken in the twinkling of an eye. "Didn't you tell me this morning," he said, "that one of the tradespeople declared he had met Rosanna yesterday, on the footway to Frising Hall, when we supposed her to be ill in her room?" "Yes, sir. If my aunt's maid and the other woman have spoken the truth, you may depend upon it the tradesman did meet her. The girl's attack of illness was a blind to deceive us. She had some guilty reason for going to the town secretly. The paint-stained dress is a dress of hers, and the fire heard crackling in her room at 4 in the morning was a fire lit to destroy it. Rosanna Spearman has stolen the diamond. I'll go in directly and tell my aunt the turn things have taken." "Not just yet, if you please, sir," said a melancholy voice behind us. We both turned about and found ourselves face to face with Sergeant Cuff. "Why not just yet, Min?" asked Mr. Franklin. "Because, sir, If you tell her ladyship will tell Miss Verinder. Suppose she does. What then? Mr. Franklin said those words with a sudden heat and vehemence, as if the sergeant had mortally offended him. "Do you think it's wise, sir," said Sergeant Cuff quietly, "to put such a question as that to me at such a time as this?" There was a moment's silence between them. Mr. Franklin walked close up to the sergeant. The two looked each other straight in the face. Mr. Franklin spoke first, dropping his voice as suddenly as he had raised it. "I suppose you know, Mr. Cuff," he said, "that you are treading on delicate ground." "It isn't the first time, by a good many hundreds, that I find myself treading on delicate ground," answered the other, as immovable as ever. "I am to understand that you forbid me to tell my aunt what has happened?" "You are to understand, if you please, sir, that I throw up the case if you tell Lady Verinder or tell anybody what has happened until I give you leave." That settled it. Mr. Franklin had no choice but to submit. He turned away in anger and left us. I had stood there listening to them, all in a tremble, not knowing whom to suspect or what to think next. In the midst of my confusion, two things, however, were plain to me. First, that my young lady was, in some unaccountable manner, at the bottom of the sharp speeches that had passed between them. Second, that they thoroughly understood each other, without having previously exchanged a word of explanation on either side. "Mr. Betteridge," says the sergeant, "you have done a very foolish thing in my absence. You have done a little detective business on your own account. For the future, perhaps you will be so obliging as to do your detective business along with me." He took me by the arm and walked me away with him along the road by which he had come. I dare say I had deserved his reproof, but I was not going to help him to set traps for Rosanna Spearman, for all that. Thief or no thief, legal or not legal, I don't care. I pitied her. "What do you want of me?" I asked, shaking him off and stopping short. "Only a little information about the country round here," said the sergeant. I couldn't well object to improve Sergeant Cuff in his geography. "Is there any path in that direction leading to the sea beach from this house?" asked the sergeant. He pointed as he spoke to the fir plantation which led to the shivering sand. "Yes," I said, "there is a path." "Show it to me." Side by side, in the grey of the summer evening, Sergeant Cuff and I set forth for the shivering sand. Chapter 15. The sergeant remained silent, thinking his own thoughts, till we entered the plantation of firs which led to the quicksand. There he roused himself, like a man whose mind was made up, and spoke to me again. "Mr. Betteridge," he said, "as you have honoured me by taking an oar in my boat, and as you may, I think, be of some assistance to me, before the evening is out, I see no use in our mystifying one another any longer, and I propose to set you an example of plain speaking on my side. You are determined to give me no information to the prejudice of Rosanna Spearman, because she has been a good girl to you, and because you pity her heartily. Those humane considerations do you a world of credit, but they happen in this instance to be humane considerations clean thrown away. Rosanna Spearman is not in the slightest danger of getting into trouble. No, not if I fix her with being concerned in the disappearance of the diamond, on evidence which is as plain as the nose on your face." "Do you mean that my lady won't prosecute?" I asked. "I mean that your lady can't prosecute," said the sergeant. "Rosanna Spearman is simply an instrument in the hands of another person, and Rosanna Spearman will be held harmless for that other person's sake." He spoke like a man in earnest. There was no denying that. Still, I felt something stirring uneasily against him in my mind. "Can't you give that other person a name?" I said. "Can't you, Mr. Betteridge?" "No." Sergeant Cuff stood stock still and surveyed me with a look of melancholy interest. "It's always a pleasure to me to be tender towards human infirmity," he said. "I feel particularly tender at the present moment, Mr. Betteridge, towards you. And you, with the same excellent motive, feel particularly tender towards Rosanna Spearman, don't you? Do you happen to know whether she has had a new outfit of linen lately?" What he meant by slipping in this extraordinary question unawares, I was at a total loss to imagine. Seeing no possible injury to Rosanna if I owned the truth, I answered that the girl had come to us rather sparely provided with linen, and that my lady, in recompense for her good conduct, I laid a stress on her good conduct, had given her a new outfit not a fortnight since. "This is a miserable world," says the sergeant. "Human life, Mr. Betteridge, is a sort of target. Misfortune is always firing at it, and always hitting the mark. But for that outfit, we should have discovered a new nightgown or petticoat among Rosanna's things, and have nailed her in that way. You're not at a loss to follow me, are you? You have examined the servants yourself, and you know what discoveries two of them made outside Rosanna's door. Surely you know what the girl was about yesterday after she was taken ill. You can't guess. Oh dear me, it's as plain as that strip of light there, at the end of the trees." At 11 on Thursday morning, Superintendent Seagrave, who is a mass of human infirmity, points out to all the women servants the smear on the door. Rosanna has her own reasons for suspecting her own things. She takes the first opportunity of getting to her room, finds the paint stain on her nightgown or petticoat or what-not, shams ill and slips away to the town, gets the materials for making a new petticoat or nightgown, makes it alone in her room on the Thursday night, lights a fire, not to destroy it. Two of her fellow servants are prying outside her door, and she knows better than to make a smell of burning and to have a lot of tinder to get rid of. Lights a fire, I say, to dry and iron the substitute dress after wringing it out, keeps the stained dress hidden, probably on her, and is at this moment occupied in making away with it in some convenient place on that lonely bit of beach ahead of us. I have traced her this evening to your fishing village and to one particular cottage which we may possibly have to visit before we go back. She stopped in the cottage for some time, and she came out with, as I believe, something hidden under her cloak. A cloak, on a woman's back, is an emblem of charity. It covers a multitude of sins. I saw her set off northwards along the coast after leaving the cottage. Is your seashore here considered a fine specimen of marine landscape, Mr. Betteridge? I answered, yes, as shortly as might be. Tastes differ, says Sergeant Cuff. Looking at it from my point of view, I never saw a marine landscape that I admired less. If you happen to be following another person along your sea coast, and if that person happens to look round, there isn't a scrap of cover to hide you anywhere. I had to choose between taking Rosanna in custody on suspicion or leaving her, for the time being, with her little game in her own hands. For reasons which I won't trouble you with, I decided on making any sacrifice, rather than give the alarm as soon as tonight to a certain person who shall be nameless between us. I came back to the house to ask you to take me to the north end of the beach by another way. Sand, in respect of its printing off people's footsteps, is one of the best detective officers I know. If we don't meet with Rosanna Spearman by coming round on her in this way, the sand may tell us what she has been at, if the light only lasts long enough. Here is the sand. If you will excuse my suggesting it, suppose you hold your tongue, and let me go first. If there is such a thing known at the doctor's shop as a detective fever, That disease had now got fast hold of your humble servant." Sergeant Cuff went on, between the hillocks of sand, down to the beach. I followed him, with my heart in my mouth, and waited at a little distance for what was to happen next. As it turned out, I found myself standing nearly in the same place where Rosanna Spearman and I had been talking together when Mr. Franklin suddenly appeared before us on arriving at our house from London. While my eyes were watching the sergeant, my mind wandered away, in spite of me, to what had passed on that former occasion between Rosanna and me. I declare I almost felt the poor thing slip her hand again into mine and give it a little grateful squeeze to thank me for speaking kindly to her. I declare I almost heard her voice telling me again that the shivering sand seemed to draw her to it against her own will whenever she went out, almost saw her face brighten again as it brightened when she first set eyes upon Mr. Franklin coming briskly out on us from among the hillocks. My spirits fell lower and lower as I thought of these things, and the view of the lonesome little bay, when I looked about to rouse myself, only served to make me feel more uneasy still. The last of the evening light was fading away, and over all the desolate place there hung a still and awful calm. The heave of the main ocean on the great sandbank out in the bay was a heave that made no sound. The inner sea lay lost and dim, without a breath of wind to stir it. Patches of nasty ooze floated yellow-white on the dead surface of the water. Scum and slime shone faintly in certain places, where the last of the light still caught them, on the two great spits of rock jutting out north and south into the sea. It was now the time of the turn of the tide. And even as I stood there waiting, the broad brown face of the quicksand began to dimple and quiver, the only moving thing in all the horrid place. I saw the sergeant start as the shiver of the sand caught his eye. After looking at it for a minute or so, he turned and came back to me. "A treacherous place, Mr. Betteridge," he said, "and no signs of Rosanna Spearman anywhere on the beach. Look where you may." He took me down lower on the shore, and I saw for myself that his footsteps and mine were the only footsteps printed off on the sand. "How does the fishing village bear, standing where we are now?" asked Sergeant Cuff. "Cobb's Hole," I answered, that being the name of the place, "bears as near as may be due south. I saw the girl this evening walking northward along the shore from Cobb's Hole," said the sergeant. "Consequently, she must have been walking towards this place. Is Cobb's Hole on the other side of that point of land there? And can we get to it, now it's low water, by the beach?" I answered, yes, to both those questions. "If you'll excuse my suggesting it, we'll step out briskly," said the sergeant. "I want to find the place where she left the shore before it gets dark." We had walked, I should say, a couple of 100 yards towards Cobb's Hole, when Sergeant Cuff suddenly went down on his knees on the beach, to all appearance seized with a sudden frenzy for saying his prayers. "There's something to be said for your marine landscape here after all," remarked the sergeant. "Here are a woman's footsteps, Mr. Betteridge. Let us call them Rosanna's footsteps, until we find evidence to the contrary that we can't resist. Very confused footsteps, you will please to observe. Purposely confused, I should say. Ah, poor soul, she understands the detective virtues of sand as well as I do. But hasn't she been in rather too great a hurry to tread out the marks thoroughly? I think she has. Here's one footstep going from Cobb's Hole, and here is another going back to it. Isn't that the toe of her shoe, pointing straight to the water's edge? And don't I see 2 heel marks further down the beach, close at the water's edge also? I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I'm afraid Rosanna is sly. It looks as if she had determined to get to that place you and I have just come from, without leaving any marks on the sand to trace her by. Shall we say that she walked through the water from this point till she got to that ledge of rocks behind us and came back the same way, and then took to the beach again, where those 2 heel marks are still left? Yes, we'll say that. It seems to fit in with my notion that she had something under her cloak when she left the cottage. No, not something to destroy. For in that case, where would have been the need of all these precautions to prevent my tracing the place at which her walk ended? Something to hide is, I think, the better guess of the two. Perhaps if we go on to the cottage, we may find out what that something is. At this proposal, my detective fever suddenly cooled. "You don't want me," I said. "What good can I do?" "The longer I know you, Mr. Betteridge," said the sergeant, "the more virtues I discover. Modesty. Oh dear me, how rare modesty is in this world, and how much of that rarity you possess. If I go alone to the cottage, the people's tongues will be tied at the first question I put to them. If I go with you, I go introduced by a justly respected neighbor, and a flow of conversation is the necessary result. It strikes me in that light. How does it strike you?" Not having an answer of the needful smartness as ready as I could have wished, I tried to gain time by asking him what cottage he wanted to go to. On the sergeant describing the place, I recognized it as a cottage inhabited by a fisherman named Yolland, with his wife and 2 grown-up children, a son and a daughter. If you will look back, you will find that in first presenting Rosanna Spearman to your notice, I have described her as occasionally varying her walk to the shivering sand by a visit to some friends of hers at Cobb's Hole. Those friends were the Yollands, respectable, worthy people, a credit to the neighborhood. Rosanna's acquaintance with them had begun by means of the daughter, who was afflicted with a misshapen foot, and who was known in our parts by the name of Limping Lucy. The 2 deformed girls had, I suppose, a kind of fellow feeling for each other. Anyway, the Yollands and Rosanna always appeared to get on together, at the few chances they had of meeting, in a pleasant and friendly manner. The fact of Sergeant Cuff having traced the girl to their cottage set the matter of my helping his inquiries in quite a new light. Rosanna had merely gone where she was in the habit of going, and to show that she had been in company with the fisherman and his family was as good as to prove that she had been innocently occupied so far, at any rate. It would be doing the girl a service, therefore, instead of an injury, if I allowed myself to be convinced by Sergeant Cuff's logic. I professed myself convinced by it accordingly. We went on to Cobb's Hole, seeing the footsteps on the sand as long as the light lasted. On reaching the cottage, the fisherman and his son proved to be out in the boat, and Limping Lucy, always weak and weary, was resting on her bed upstairs. Good Mrs. Yolland received us alone in her kitchen. When she heard that Sergeant Cuff was a celebrated character in London, she clapped a bottle of Dutch gin and a couple of clean pipes on the table, and stared as if she could never see enough of him. I sat quiet in a corner, waiting to hear how the sergeant would find his way to the subject of Rosanna Spearman. His usual roundabout manner of going to work proved on this occasion to be more roundabout than ever. How he managed it is more than I could tell at the time, and more than I can tell now. But this is certain: he began with the royal family, the primitive Methodists, and the price of fish, and he got from that, in his dismal underground way, to the loss of the Moonstone, the spitefulness of our first housemaid, and the hard behavior of the women servants generally towards Rosanna Spearman. Having reached his subject in this fashion, he described himself as making his inquiries about the lost diamond, partly with a view to find it, and partly for the purpose of clearing Rosanna from the unjust suspicions of her enemies in the house. In about a quarter of an hour from the time when we entered the kitchen, good Mrs. Yolland was persuaded that she was talking to Rosanna's best friend and was pressing Sergeant Cuff to comfort his stomach and revive his spirits out of the Dutch bottle. Being firmly persuaded that the sergeant was wasting his breath to no purpose on Mrs. Yolland, I sat enjoying the talk between them, much as I have sat, in my time, enjoying a stage play. The great Cuff showed a wonderful patience, trying his luck drearily this way and that way, and firing shot after shot, as it were, at random, on the chance of hitting the mark. Everything to Rosanna's credit, nothing to Rosanna's prejudice. That was how it ended, try as he might, with Mrs. Yolland talking 19 to the dozen, and placing the most entire confidence in him. His last effort was made, when we had looked at our watches, and had got on our legs previous to taking leave. "I shall now wish you good night, ma'am," says the sergeant, "and I shall only say, at parting, that Rosanna Spearman has a sincere well-wisher in myself, your obedient servant. But oh dear me, she will never get on in her present place, and my advice to her is, leave it. Bless your heart alive, she is going to leave it," cries Mrs. Yolland. Nota bene, I translate Mrs. Yolland out of the Yorkshire language into the English language. When I tell you that the all-accomplished Cuff was every now and then puzzled to understand her until I helped him, you will draw your own conclusions as to what your state of mind would be if I reported her in her native tongue. Rosanna Spearman going to leave us. I pricked up my ears at that. It seemed strange, to say the least of it, that she should have given no warning, in the first place, to my lady or to me. A certain doubt came up in my mind whether Sergeant Cuff's last random shot might not have hit the mark. I began to question whether my share in the proceedings was quite as harmless a one as I had thought it. It might be all in the way of the sergeant's business to mystify an honest woman by wrapping her round in a network of lies, but it was my duty to have remembered, as a good Protestant, that the father of lies is the devil, and that mischief and the devil are never far apart. Beginning to smell mischief in the air, I tried to take Sergeant Cuff out. He sat down again instantly and asked for a little drop of comfort out of the Dutch bottle. Mrs. Yolland sat down opposite to him and gave him his nip. I went on to the door, excessively uncomfortable, and said, I thought I must bid them good night, and yet I didn't go. So she means to leave, says the sergeant. What is she to do when she does leave? Sad, sad. The poor creature has got no friends in the world, except you and me. Ah, but she has, though, says Mrs. Yolland. She came in here, as I told you, this evening, and after sitting and talking a little with my girl Lucy and me, she asked to go upstairs by herself, into Lucy's room. It's the only room in our place where there's pen and ink. I want to write a letter to a friend, she says, and I can't do it for the prying and peeping of the servants up at the house. Who the letter was written to, I can't tell you. It must have been a mortal long one, judging by the time she stopped upstairs over it. I offered her a postage stamp when she came down. She hadn't got the letter in her hand, and she didn't accept the stamp. A little close, poor soul, as you know, about herself and her doings. But a friend she has got somewhere, I can tell you. And to that friend, you may depend upon it, she will go. Soon? Asked the sergeant. As soon as she can, says Mrs. Yolland. Here I stepped in again from the door. As chief of my lady's establishment, I couldn't allow this sort of loose talk about a servant of ours going, or not going, to proceed any longer in my presence without noticing it. You must be mistaken about Rosanna Spearman, I said. If she had been going to leave her present situation, she would have mentioned it in the first place to me. Mistaken, cries Mrs. Yolland. Why, only an hour ago she bought some things she wanted for travelling. of my own self, Mr. Betteridge, in this very room. And that reminds me, says the wearisome woman, suddenly beginning to feel in her pocket, of something I have got it on my mind to say about Rosanna and her money. Are you either of you likely to see her when you go back to the house? I'll take a message to the poor thing. With the greatest pleasure, answered Sergeant Cuff, before I could put in a word edgewise. Mrs. Yolland produced out of her pocket a few shillings and sixpences and counted them out with a most particular and exasperating carefulness in the palm of her hand. She offered the money to the sergeant, looking mighty loth to part with it all the while. Might I ask you to give this back to Rosanna, with my love and respects, says Mrs. Yolland. She insisted on paying me for the one or two things she took a fancy to this evening, and money's welcome enough in our house, I don't deny it. Still, I'm not easy in my mind about taking the poor thing's little savings. And to tell you the truth, I don't think my man would like to hear that I had taken Rosanna Spearman's money when he comes back tomorrow morning from his work. Please say she's heartily welcome to the things she bought of me as a gift, and don't leave the money on the table, says Mrs. Yolland, putting it down suddenly before the sergeant as if it burnt her fingers. Don't, there's a good man, for times are hard and flesh is weak, and I might feel tempted to put it back in my pocket again. Come along, I said. I can't wait any longer. I must go back to the house. I'll follow you directly, says Sergeant Cuff. For the second time, I went to the door, and for the second time, try as I might, I couldn't cross the threshold. It's a delicate matter, ma'am, I heard the sergeant say. Giving money back. You charged her cheap for the things, I'm sure. Cheap, says Mrs. Yolland. Come and judge for yourself. She took up the candle and led the sergeant to a corner of the kitchen. For the life of me, I couldn't help following them. Shaken down in the corner was a heap of odds and ends, mostly old metal, which the fisherman had picked up at different times from wrecked ships and which he hadn't found a market for yet, to his own mind. Mrs. Yolland dived into this rubbish and brought up an old Japan tin case, with a cover to it and a hasp to hang it up by, the sort of thing they use on board ship for keeping their maps and charts and such like from the wet. There, says she, when Rosanna came in this evening, she bought the fellow to that. It will just do, she says, to put my cuffs and collars in and keep them from being crumpled in my box. 1 and 9pence, Mr. Cuff, as I live by bread, not a halfpenny more. Dirt cheap, says the sergeant, with a heavy sigh. He weighed the case in his hand. I thought I heard a note or two of the last rose of summer as he looked at it. There was no doubt now. He had made another discovery to the prejudice of Rosanna Spearman, in the place of all others where I thought her character was safest, and all through me. I leave you to imagine what I felt, and how sincerely I repented having been the medium of introduction between Mrs. Yolland and Sergeant Cuff. That will do, I said. We really must go. Without paying the least attention to me, Mrs. Yolland took another dive into the rubbish and came up out of it this time with a dog chain. Weigh it in your hand, sir, she said to the sergeant. We had 3 of these, and Rosanna has taken 2 of them. What can you want, my dear, with a couple of dogs' chains, says I. If I join them together, they'll do round my box nicely, says she. Rope's cheapest, says I. Chain's surest, says she. Who ever heard of a box corded with chain, says I. Oh, Mrs. Yolland, don't make objections, says she. Let me have my chains. A strange girl, Mr. Cuff, good as gold and kinder than a sister to my Lucy, but always a little strange. There, I humoured her. 3 and 6pence. On the word of an honest woman, 3 and 6pence, Mr. Cuff. Each, says the sergeant. Both together, says Mrs. Yolland. 3 and 6pence for the 2. Given away, ma'am, says the sergeant, shaking his head. Clean given away. There's the money, says Mrs. Yolland, getting back sideways to the little heap of silver on the table, as if it drew her in spite of herself. The tin case and the dog chains were all she bought, and all she took away, 1 and 9pence, and 3 and 6pence, total 5 and 3. With my love and respects, and I can't find it in my conscience to take a poor girl's savings when she may want them herself. I can't find it in my conscience, ma'am, to give the money back, says Sergeant Cuff. You have as good as made her a present of the things. You have, indeed. Is that your sincere opinion, sir? Says Mrs. Yolland, brightening up wonderfully. There can't be a doubt about it, answered the sergeant. Ask Mr. Betteridge. It was no use asking me. All they got out of me was, good night. Bother the money, says Mrs. Yolland. With these words, she appeared to lose all command over herself, and making a sudden snatch at the heap of silver, put it back, holus-bolus, in her pocket. It upsets one's temper, it does, to see it lying there, and nobody taking it, cries this unreasonable woman, sitting down with a thump and looking at Sergeant Cuff, as much as to say, it's in my pocket again now, get it out if you can. This time, I not only went to the door, but went fairly out on the road back. Explain it how you may, I felt as if one or both of them had mortally offended me. Before I had taken 3 steps down the village, I heard the sergeant behind me. Thank you for your introduction, Mr. Betteridge, he said. I am indebted to the fisherman's wife for an entirely new sensation. Mrs. Yolland has puzzled me. It was on the tip of my tongue to have given him a sharp answer, for no better reason than this, that I was out of temper with him because I was out of temper with myself. But when he owned to being puzzled, a comforting doubt crossed my mind, whether any great harm had been done, after all. I waited in discreet silence to hear more. Yes, says the sergeant, as if he was actually reading my thoughts in the dark. Instead of putting me on the scent, it may console you to know, Mr. Betteridge, with your interest in Rosanna, that you have been the means of throwing me off. What the girl has done, tonight, is clear enough. Of course, she has joined the 2 chains and has fastened them to the hasp in the tin case. She has sunk the case in the water or in the quicksand. She has made the loose end of the chain fast to some place under the rocks, known only to herself, and she will leave the case secure at its anchorage till the present proceedings have come to an end, after which she can privately pull it up again out of its hiding place, at her own leisure and convenience. All perfectly plain, so far. But, says the sergeant, with the first tone of impatience in his voice that I had heard yet, the mystery is, what the devil has she hidden in the tin case? I thought to myself, the Moonstone. But I only said to Sergeant Cuff, can't you guess? It's not the diamond, says the sergeant. The whole experience of my life is at fault if Rosanna Spearman has got the diamond. On hearing those words, the infernal detective fever began, I suppose, to burn in me again. At any rate, I forgot myself, in the interest of guessing this new riddle. I said rashly, the stained dress. Sergeant Cuff stopped short in the dark and laid his hand on my arm. Is anything thrown into that quicksand of yours ever thrown up on the surface again? He asked. Never, I answered. Light or heavy, whatever goes into the shivering sand is sucked down and seen no more. Does Rosanna Spearman know that? She knows it as well as I do. Then, says the sergeant, what on earth has she got to do but to tie up a bit of stone in the stained dress and throw it into the quicksand? There isn't the shadow of a reason why she should have hidden it, and yet she must have hidden it. Query, says the sergeant, walking on again, is the paint-stained dress a petticoat or a nightgown? Or is it something else, which there is a reason for preserving at any risk? Mr. Betteridge, if nothing occurs to prevent it, I must go to Frizinghall tomorrow and discover what she bought in the town when she privately got the materials for making the substitute dress. It's a risk to leave the house, as things are now, but it's a worse risk still to stir another step in this matter in the dark. Excuse my being a little out of temper. I'm degraded in my own estimation. I have let Rosanna Spearman puzzle me. When we got back, the servants were at supper. The first person we saw in the outer yard was the policeman, whom Superintendent Seagrave had left at the sergeant's disposal. The sergeant asked if Rosanna Spearman had returned. Yes. When? Nearly an hour since. What had she done? She had gone upstairs to take off her bonnet and cloak, and she was now at supper quietly with the rest. Without making any remark, Sergeant Cuff walked on, sinking lower and lower in his own estimation to the back of the house. Missing the entrance in the dark, he went on, in spite of my calling to him, till he was stopped by a wicket gate which led into the garden. When I joined him to bring him back by the right way, I found that he was looking up attentively at one particular window on the bedroom floor, at the back of the house. Looking up in my turn, I discovered that the object of his contemplation was the window of Miss Rachel's room, and that lights were passing backwards and forwards there as if something unusual was going on. "Isn't that Miss Verinder's room?" asked Sergeant Cuff. I replied that it was, and invited him to go in with me to supper. The sergeant remained in his place and said something about enjoying the smell of the garden at night. I left him to his enjoyment. Just as I was turning in at the door, I heard "The Last Rose of Summer" at the wicket gate. Sergeant Cuff had made another discovery, and my young lady's window was at the bottom of it this time. The latter reflection took me back again to the sergeant, with a polite intimation that I could not find it in my heart to leave him by himself. "Is there anything you don't understand up there?" I added, pointing to Miss Rachel's window. Judging by his voice, Sergeant Cuff had suddenly risen again to the right place in his own estimation. "You are great people for betting in Yorkshire, are you not?" he asked. "Well," I said, "suppose we are." "If I was a Yorkshireman," proceeded the sergeant, taking my arm, "I would lay you an even sovereign, Mr. Betteredge, that your young lady has suddenly resolved to leave the house. If I won on that event, I should offer to lay another sovereign, that the idea has occurred to her within the last hour." The first of the sergeant's guesses startled me. The second mixed itself up somehow in my head with the report we had heard from the policeman, that Rosanna Spearman had returned from the sands within the last hour. The two together had a curious effect on me as we went in to supper. I shook off Sergeant Cuff's arm and, forgetting my manners, pushed by him through the door to make my own inquiries for myself. Samuel, the footman, was the first person I met in the passage. "Her ladyship is waiting to see you and Sergeant Cuff," he said, before I could put any questions to him. "How long has she been waiting?" asked the sergeant's voice behind me. "For the last hour, sir." There it was again. Rosanna had come back. Miss Rachel had taken some resolution out of the common, and my lady had been waiting to see the sergeant, all within the last hour. It was not pleasant to find these very different persons and things linking themselves together in this way. I went on upstairs without looking at Sergeant Cuff or speaking to him. My hand took a sudden fit of trembling as I lifted it to knock at my mistress's door. "I shouldn't be surprised," whispered the sergeant over my shoulder, "if a scandal was to burst up in the house tonight. Don't be alarmed. I have put the muzzle on worse family difficulties than this in my time." As he said the words, I heard my mistress's voice calling to us to come in. Chapter 16. We found my lady with no light in the room but the reading lamp. The shade was screwed down so as to overshadow her face. Instead of looking up at us in her usual straightforward way, she sat close at the table and kept her eyes fixed obstinately on an open book. "Officer," she said, "is it important to the inquiry you are conducting to know beforehand if any person now in this house wishes to leave it?" "Most important, my lady." "I have to tell you, then, that Miss Verinder proposes going to stay with her aunt, Mrs. Ablewhite of Frising Hall. She has arranged to leave us the first thing tomorrow morning." Sergeant Cuff looked at me. I made a step forward to speak to my mistress, and feeling my heart fail me, if I must own it, took a step back again and said nothing. "May I ask your ladyship when Miss Verinder informed you that she was going to her aunt's?" inquired the sergeant. "About an hour since," answered my mistress. Sergeant Cuff looked at me once more. They say old people's hearts are not very easily moved. My heart couldn't have thumped much harder than it did now if I had been 25 again. "I have no claim, my lady," says the sergeant, "to control Miss Verinder's actions. All I can ask you to do is to put off her departure, if possible, till later in the day. I must go to Frising Hall myself tomorrow morning, and I shall be back by 2 o'clock, if not before. If Miss Verinder can be kept here till that time, I should wish to say 2 words to her, unexpectedly before she goes." My lady directed me to give the coachman her orders, that the carriage was not to come for Miss Rachel until 2 o'clock. "Have you more to say?" she asked of the sergeant, when this had been done. "Only one thing, your ladyship. If Miss Verinder is surprised at this change in the arrangements, please not to mention me as being the cause of putting off her journey." My mistress lifted her head suddenly from her book as if she was going to say something, checked herself by a great effort, and looking back again at the open page, dismissed us with a sign of her hand. "That's a wonderful woman," said Sergeant Cuff, when we were out in the hall again. "But for her self-control, the mystery that puzzles you, Mr. Betteredge, would have been at an end tonight." At those words, the truth rushed at last into my stupid old head. For the moment, I suppose I must have gone clean out of my senses. I seized the sergeant by the collar of his coat and pinned him against the wall. "Damn you," I cried out, "there's something wrong about Miss Rachel, and you have been hiding it from me all this time." Sergeant Cuff looked up at me, flat against the wall, without stirring a hand, or moving a muscle of his melancholy face. "Ah," he said, "you've guessed it at last." My hand dropped from his collar, and my head sunk on my breast. Please to remember, as some excuse for my breaking out as I did, that I had served the family for 50 years. Miss Rachel had climbed upon my knees and pulled my whiskers many and many a time when she was a child. Miss Rachel, with all her faults, had been, to my mind, the dearest and prettiest and best young mistress that ever an old servant waited on and loved. I begged Sergeant Cuff's pardon, but I am afraid I did it with watery eyes, and not in a very becoming way. "Don't distress yourself, Mr. Betteredge," says the sergeant, with more kindness than I had any right to expect from him. "In my line of life, if we were quick at taking offence, we shouldn't be worth salt to our porridge. If it's any comfort to you, collar me again. You don't in the least know how to do it, but I'll overlook your awkwardness in consideration of your feelings." He curled up at the corners of his lips, and in his own dreary way seemed to think he had delivered himself of a very good joke. I led him into my own little sitting room and closed the door. Tell me the truth, Sergeant, I said. What do you suspect? It's no kindness to hide it from me now. I don't suspect, said Sergeant Cuff. I know. My unlucky temper began to get the better of me again. Do you mean to tell me in plain English, I said, that Miss Rachel has stolen her own diamond? Yes, says the sergeant. That is what I mean to tell you, in so many words. Miss Verinder has been in secret possession of the Moonstone from first to last, and she has taken Rosanna Spearman into her confidence, because she has calculated on our suspecting Rosanna Spearman of the theft. There is the whole case in a nutshell. Collar me again, Mr. Betteridge. If it's any vent to your feelings, collar me again. God help me, my feelings were not to be relieved in that way. Give me your reasons. That was all I could say to him. You shall hear my reasons tomorrow, said the sergeant. If Miss Verinder refuses to put off her visit to her aunt, which you will find Miss Verinder will do, I shall be obliged to lay the whole case before your mistress tomorrow, and as I don't know what may come of it, I shall request you to be present and to hear what passes on both sides. Let the matter rest for tonight. No, Mr. Betteridge, you don't get a word more on the subject of the Moonstone out of me. There is your table spread for supper. That's one of the many human infirmities which I always treat tenderly. If you will ring the bell, I'll say grace for what we are going to receive. I wish you a good appetite to it, Sergeant, I said. My appetite is gone. I'll wait and see you served, and then I'll ask you to excuse me if I go away and try to get the better of this by myself. I saw him served with the best of everything, and I shouldn't have been sorry if the best of everything had choked him. The head gardener, Mr. Begbie, came in at the same time with his weekly account. The sergeant got on the subject of roses and the merits of grass walks and gravel walks immediately. I left the two together and went out with a heavy heart. This was the first trouble I remember for many a long year, which wasn't to be blown off by a whiff of tobacco, and which was even beyond the reach of Robinson Crusoe. Being restless and miserable, and having no particular room to go to, I took a turn on the terrace and thought it over in peace and quietness by myself. It doesn't much matter what my thoughts were. I felt wretchedly old and worn out and unfit for my place, and began to wonder for the first time in my life when it would please God to take me. With all this, I held firm, notwithstanding, to my belief in Miss Rachel. If Sergeant Cuff had been Solomon in all his glory and had told me that my young lady had mixed herself up in a mean and guilty plot, I should have had but one answer for Solomon. Wise as he was, you don't know her, and I do. My meditations were interrupted by Samuel. He brought me a written message from my mistress. Going into the house to get a light to read it by, Samuel remarked that there seemed a change coming in the weather. My troubled mind had prevented me from noticing it before, but now my attention was roused. I heard the dogs uneasy and the wind moaning low. Looking up at the sky, I saw the rack of clouds getting blacker and blacker, and hurrying faster and faster over a watery moon. Wild weather coming. Samuel was right. Wild weather coming. The message from my lady informed me that the magistrate at Frizinghall had written to remind her about the 3 Indians. Early in the coming week, the rogues must needs be released and left free to follow their own devices. If we had any more questions to ask them, there was no time to lose. Having forgotten to mention this when she had last seen Sergeant Cuff, my mistress now desired me to supply the omission. The Indians had gone clean out of my head, as they have, no doubt, gone clean out of yours. I didn't see much use in stirring that subject again. However, I obeyed my orders on the spot, as a matter of course. I found Sergeant Cuff and the gardener, with a bottle of Scotch whisky between them, head over ears in an argument on the growing of roses. The sergeant was so deeply interested that he held up his hand and signed to me not to interrupt the discussion when I came in. As far as I could understand it, the question between them was whether the white moss rose did or did not require to be budded on the dog rose to make it grow well. Mr. Begbie said yes, and Sergeant Cuff said no. They appealed to me as hotly as a couple of boys. Knowing nothing whatever about the growing of roses, I steered a middle course, just as Her Majesty's judges do, when the scales of justice bother them by hanging even to a hair. Gentlemen, I remarked, there is much to be said on both sides. In the temporary lull produced by that impartial sentence, I laid my lady's written message on the table under the eyes of Sergeant Cuff. I had got by this time, as nearly as might be, to hate the sergeant, but truth compels me to acknowledge that, in respect of readiness of mind, he was a wonderful man. In half a minute after he had read the message, he had looked back into his memory for Superintendent Seagrave's report, had picked out that part of it in which the Indians were concerned, and was ready with his answer. A certain great traveller, who understood the Indians and their language, had figured in Mr. Seagrave's report, hadn't he? Very well. Did I know the gentleman's name and address? Very well again. Would I write them on the back of my lady's message? Much obliged to me. Sergeant Cuff would look that gentleman up when he went to Frizinghall in the morning. Do you expect anything to come of it? I asked. Superintendent Seagrave found the Indians as innocent as the babe unborn. Superintendent Seagrave has been proved wrong, up to this time, in all his conclusions, answered the sergeant. It may be worthwhile to find out tomorrow whether Superintendent Seagrave was wrong about the Indians as well. With that, he turned to Mr. Begbie and took up the argument again, exactly at the place where it had left off. This question between us is a question of soils and seasons, and patience and pains, Mr. Gardner. Now let me put it to you from another point of view. You take your white moss rose. By that time, I had closed the door on them, and was out of hearing of the rest of the dispute. In the passage, I met Penelope, hanging about, and asked what she was waiting for. She was waiting for her young lady's bell, when her young lady chose to call her back to go on with the packing for the next day's journey. Further inquiry revealed to me that Miss Rachel had given it as a reason for wanting to go to her aunt at Frizinghall, that the house was unendurable to her, and that she could bear the odious presence of a policeman under the same roof with herself no longer. On being informed, half an hour since, that her departure would be delayed till 2 in the afternoon, she had flown into a violent passion. My lady, present at the time, had severely rebuked her, and then, having apparently something to say, which was reserved for her daughter's private ear, had sent Penelope out of the room. My girl was in wretchedly low spirits about the changed state of things in the house. Nothing goes right, father. Nothing is like what it used to be. I feel as if some dreadful misfortune was hanging over us all. That was my feeling too, but I put a good face on it before my daughter. Miss Rachel's bell rang while we were talking. Penelope ran up the back stairs to go on with the packing. I went by the other way to the hall to see what the glass said about the change in the weather. Just as I approached the swing door leading into the hall from the servants' offices, it was violently opened from the other side, and Rosanna Spearman ran by me with a miserable look of pain in her face, and one of her hands pressed hard over her heart, as if the pang was in that quarter. "What's the matter, my girl?" I asked, stopping her. "Are you ill?" "For God's sake, don't speak to me," she answered, and twisted herself out of my hands and ran on towards the servants' staircase. I called to the cook, who was within hearing, to look after the poor girl. 2 other persons proved to be within hearing, as well as the cook. Sergeant Cuff darted softly out of my room and asked what was the matter. I answered, "Nothing." Mr. Franklin, on the other side, pulled open the swing door and, beckoning me into the hall, inquired if I had seen anything of Rosanna Spearman. "She has just passed me, sir, with a very disturbed face and in a very odd manner. I am afraid I am innocently the cause of that disturbance, Betteridge." "You, sir?" "I can't explain it," says Mr. Franklin. "But if the girl is concerned in the loss of the diamond, I do really believe she was on the point of confessing everything to me of all the people in the world, not 2 minutes since." Looking towards the swing door, as he said those last words, I fancied I saw it opened a little way from the inner side. Was there anybody listening? The door fell to before I could get to it. Looking through, the moment after, I thought I saw the tails of Sergeant Cuff's respectable black coat disappearing round the corner of the passage. He knew, as well as I did, that he could expect no more help from me, now that I had discovered the turn which his investigations were really taking. Under those circumstances, it was quite in his character to help himself, and to do it by the underground way. Not feeling sure that I had really seen the sergeant, and not desiring to make needless mischief, where heaven knows there was mischief enough going on already, I told Mr. Franklin that I thought one of the dogs had got into the house, and then begged him to describe what had happened between Rosanna and himself. "Were you passing through the hall, sir?" I asked. "Did you meet her accidentally when she spoke to you?" Mr. Franklin pointed to the billiard table. "I was knocking the balls about," he said, "and trying to get this miserable business of the diamond out of my mind. I happened to look up, and there stood Rosanna Spearman at the side of me, like a ghost. Her stealing on me in that way was so strange that I hardly knew what to do at first. Seeing a very anxious expression in her face, I asked her if she wished to speak to me. She answered, 'Yes, if I dare.' Knowing what suspicion attached to her, I could only put one construction on such language as that. I confess it made me uncomfortable. I had no wish to invite the girl's confidence. At the same time, in the difficulties that now beset us, I could hardly feel justified in refusing to listen to her if she was really bent on speaking to me. It was an awkward position, and I dare say I got out of it awkwardly enough. I said to her, 'I don't quite understand you. Is there anything you want me to do?' Mind, Betteridge, I didn't speak unkindly. The poor girl can't help being ugly. I felt that, at the time. The cue was still in my hand, and I went on knocking the balls about to take off the awkwardness of the thing. As it turned out, I only made matters worse still. I'm afraid I mortified her without meaning it. She suddenly turned away. 'He looks at the billiard balls,' I heard her say, 'anything rather than look at me.' Before I could stop her, she had left the hall. I am not quite easy about it, Betteridge. Would you mind telling Rosanna that I meant no unkindness? I have been a little hard on her, perhaps, in my own thoughts. I have almost hoped that the loss of the diamond might be traced to her, not from any ill will to the poor girl, but—" He stopped there, and going back to the billiard table, began to knock the balls about once more. After what had passed between the sergeant and me, I knew what it was that he had left unspoken, as well as he knew it himself. Nothing but the tracing of the Moonstone to our second housemaid could now raise Miss Rachel above the infamous suspicion that rested on her in the mind of Sergeant Cuff. It was no longer a question of quieting my young lady's nervous excitement. It was a question of proving her innocence. If Rosanna had done nothing to compromise herself, the hope which Mr. Franklin confessed to having felt would have been hard enough on her in all conscience. But this was not the case. She had pretended to be ill and had gone secretly to Frizinghall. She had been up all night, making something or destroying something in private, and she had been at the Shivering Sand that evening under circumstances which were highly suspicious, to say the least of them. For all these reasons, sorry as I was for Rosanna, I could not but think that Mr. Franklin's way of looking at the matter was neither unnatural nor unreasonable in Mr. Franklin's position. I said a word to him to that effect. Yes, yes, he said in return, but there is just a chance, a very poor one certainly, that Rosanna's conduct may admit of some explanation which we don't see at present. I hate hurting a woman's feelings, Betteridge. Tell the poor creature what I told you to tell her, and if she wants to speak to me, I don't care whether I get into a scrape or not. Send her to me in the library. With those kind words, he laid down the cue and left me. Inquiry at the servants' offices informed me that Rosanna had retired to her own room. She had declined all offers of assistance with thanks, and had only asked to be left to rest in quiet. Here, therefore, was an end of any confession on her part, supposing she really had a confession to make for that night. I reported the result to Mr. Franklin, who thereupon left the library and went up to bed. I was putting the lights out and making the windows fast when Samuel came in with news of the 2 guests whom I had left in my room. The argument about the white moss rose had apparently come to an end at last. The gardener had gone home, and Sergeant Cuff was nowhere to be found in the lower regions of the house. I looked into my room. Quite true, nothing was to be discovered there but a couple of empty tumblers and a strong smell of hot grog. Had the sergeant gone of his own accord to the bedchamber that was prepared for him? I went upstairs to see. After reaching the second landing, I thought I heard a sound of quiet and regular breathing on my left-hand side. My left-hand side led to the corridor which communicated with Miss Rachel's room. I looked in, and there, coiled up on 3 chairs placed right across the passage, there with a red handkerchief tied round his grizzled head and his respectable black coat rolled up for a pillow, lay and slept Sergeant Cuff. He woke, instantly and quietly, like a dog, the moment I approached him. "Good night, Mr. Betteridge," he said. "And mind, if you ever take to growing roses, the white moss rose is all the better for not being budded on the dog rose, whatever the gardener may say to the contrary." "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Why are you not in your proper bed?" "I am not in my proper bed," answered the sergeant, "because I am one of the many people in this miserable world who can't earn their money honestly and easily at the same time. There was a coincidence this evening between the period of Rosanna Spearman's return from the sands and the period when Miss Verinder stated her resolution to leave the house. Whatever Rosanna may have hidden, it's clear to my mind that your young lady couldn't go away until she knew that it was hidden. The 2 must have communicated privately once already tonight. If they try to communicate again when the house is quiet, I want to be in the way and stop it. Don't blame me for upsetting your sleeping arrangements, Mr. Betteridge. Blame the diamond." "I wish to God the diamond had never found its way into this house," I broke out. Sergeant Cuff looked with a rueful face at the 3 chairs on which he had condemned himself to pass the night. "So do I," he said gravely. Chapter 17. Nothing happened in the night, and, I am happy to add, no attempt at communication between Miss Rachel and Rosanna rewarded the vigilance of Sergeant Cuff. I had expected the sergeant to set off for Frizinghall the first thing in the morning. He waited about, however, as if he had something else to do first. I left him to his own devices, and going into the grounds shortly after, met Mr. Franklin on his favourite walk by the shrubbery side. Before we had exchanged 2 words, the sergeant unexpectedly joined us. He made up to Mr. Franklin, who received him, I must own, haughtily enough. "Have you anything to say to me?" was all the return he got for politely wishing Mr. Franklin good morning. "I have something to say to you, sir," answered the sergeant, "on the subject of the inquiry I am conducting here. You detected the turn that inquiry was really taking yesterday. Naturally enough, in your position, you are shocked and distressed. Naturally enough, also, you visit your own angry sense of your own family scandal upon me." "What do you want?" Mr. Franklin broke in sharply enough. "I want to remind you, sir, that I have at any rate, thus far, not been proved to be wrong. Bearing that in mind, be pleased to remember at the same time that I am an officer of the law, acting here under the sanction of the mistress of the house. Under these circumstances, is it, or is it not, your duty as a good citizen to assist me with any special information which you may happen to possess?" "I possess no special information," says Mr. Franklin. Sergeant Cuff put that answer by him, as if no answer had been made. "You may save my time, sir, from being wasted on an inquiry at a distance," he went on, "if you choose to understand me and speak out." "I don't understand you," answered Mr. Franklin, "and I have nothing to say. One of the female servants, I won't mention names, spoke to you privately, sir, last night." Once more Mr. Franklin cut him short. Once more Mr. Franklin answered, "I have nothing to say." Standing by in silence, I thought of the movement in the swing door on the previous evening, and of the coat-tails which I had seen disappearing down the passage. Sergeant Cuff had no doubt just heard enough before I interrupted him to make him suspect that Rosanna had relieved her mind by confessing something to Mr. Franklin Blake. This notion had barely struck me, when who should appear at the end of the shrubbery walk but Rosanna Spearman in her own proper person. She was followed by Penelope, who was evidently trying to make her retrace her steps to the house. Seeing that Mr. Franklin was not alone, Rosanna came to a standstill, evidently in great perplexity what to do next. Penelope waited behind her. Mr. Franklin saw the girls as soon as I saw them. The sergeant, with his devilish cunning, took on not to have noticed them at all. All this happened in an instant. Before either Mr. Franklin or I could say a word, Sergeant Cuff struck in smoothly, with an appearance of continuing the previous conversation. "You needn't be afraid of harming the girl, sir," he said to Mr. Franklin, speaking in a loud voice so that Rosanna might hear him. "On the contrary, I recommend you to honor me with your confidence, if you feel any interest in Rosanna Spearman." Mr. Franklin instantly took on not to have noticed the girls either. He answered, speaking loudly on his side, "I take no interest whatever in Rosanna Spearman." I looked towards the end of the walk. All I saw at the distance was that Rosanna suddenly turned round, the moment Mr. Franklin had spoken. Instead of resisting Penelope, as she had done the moment before, she now let my daughter take her by the arm and lead her back to the house. The breakfast bell rang as the two girls disappeared, and even Sergeant Cuff was now obliged to give it up as a bad job. He said to me quietly, "I shall go to Frizzing Hall, Mr. Betteridge, and I shall be back before 2. He went his way without a word more, and for some few hours we were well rid of him. "You must make it right with Rosanna," Mr. Franklin said to me when we were alone. "I seem to be fated to say or do something awkward before that unlucky girl. You must have seen yourself that Sergeant Cuff laid a trap for both of us. If he could confuse me or irritate her into breaking out, either she or I might have said something which would answer his purpose. On the spur of the moment, I saw no better way out of it than the way I took. It stopped the girl from saying anything, and it showed the sergeant that I saw through him. He was evidently listening, Betteridge, when I was speaking to you last night. He had done worse than listen, as I privately thought to myself. He had remembered my telling him that the girl was in love with Mr. Franklin, and he had calculated on that when he appealed to Mr. Franklin's interest in Rosanna's hearing. "As to listening, sir," I remarked, keeping the other point to myself, "we shall all be rowing in the same boat if this sort of thing goes on much longer. Prying and peeping and listening are the natural occupations of people situated as we are. In another day or two, Mr. Franklin, we shall all be struck dumb together, for this reason that we shall all be listening to surprise each other's secrets and all know it. Excuse my breaking out, sir. The horrid mystery hanging over us in this house gets into my head like liquor and makes me wild. I won't forget what you have told me. I'll take the first opportunity of making it right with Rosanna Spearman." "You haven't said anything to her yet about last night, have you?" Mr. Franklin asked. "No, sir." "Then say nothing now. I had better not invite the girl's confidence, with the sergeant on the lookout to surprise us together. My conduct is not very consistent, Betteridge, is it? I see no way out of this business, which isn't dreadful to think of, unless the diamond is traced to Rosanna. And yet I can't and won't help Sergeant Cuff to find the girl out." Unreasonable enough, no doubt, but it was my state of mind as well. I thoroughly understood him. If you will, for once in your life, remember that you are mortal, perhaps you will thoroughly understand him too. The state of things, indoors and out, while Sergeant Cuff was on his way to Frizinghall, was briefly this. Miss Rachel waited for the time when the carriage was to take her to her aunt's, still obstinately shut up in her own room. My lady and Mr. Franklin breakfasted together. After breakfast, Mr. Franklin took one of his sudden resolutions and went out precipitately to quiet his mind by a long walk. I was the only person who saw him go, and he told me he should be back before the sergeant returned. The change in the weather, foreshadowed overnight, had come. Heavy rain had been followed soon after dawn by high wind. It was blowing fresh as the day got on, but though the clouds threatened more than once, the rain still held off. It was not a bad day for a walk if you were young and strong and could breast the great gusts of wind which came sweeping in from the sea. I attended my lady after breakfast and assisted her in the settlement of our household accounts. She only once alluded to the matter of the Moonstone, and that was in the way of forbidding any present mention of it between us. "Wait till that man comes back," she said, meaning the sergeant. "We must speak of it then. We are not obliged to speak of it now." After leaving my mistress, I found Penelope waiting for me in my room. "I wish, father, you would come and speak to Rosanna," she said. "I am very uneasy about her." I suspected what was the matter readily enough, but it is a maxim of mine that men, being superior creatures, are bound to improve women, if they can. When a woman wants me to do anything, my daughter or not, it doesn't matter, I always insist on knowing why. The oftener you make them rummage their own minds for a reason, the more manageable you will find them in all the relations of life. It isn't their fault, poor wretches, that they act first and think afterwards. It's the fault of the fools who humor them. Penelope's reason why, on this occasion, may be given in her own words. "I am afraid, father," she said, "Mr. Franklin has hurt Rosanna cruelly without intending it." "What took Rosanna into the shrubbery walk?" I asked. "Her own madness," says Penelope. "I can call it nothing else. She was bent on speaking to Mr. Franklin this morning, come what might of it. I did my best to stop her. You saw that. If I could only have got her away before she heard those dreadful words. There, I said, don't lose your head. I can't call to mind that anything happened to alarm Rosanna. Nothing to alarm her, father. But Mr. Franklin said he took no interest whatever in her. And, oh, he said it in such a cruel voice. He said it to stop the sergeant's mouth, I answered. I told her that, says Penelope. But you see, father, though Mr. Franklin isn't to blame, he's been mortifying and disappointing her for weeks and weeks past. And now, this comes on the top of it all. She has no right, of course, to expect him to take any interest in her. It's quite monstrous that she should forget herself and her station in that way. But she seems to have lost pride and proper feeling and everything. She frightened me, father, when Mr. Franklin said those words. They seemed to turn her into stone. A sudden quiet came over her, and she has gone about her work ever since, like a woman in a dream. I began to feel a little uneasy. There was something in the way Penelope put it, which silenced my superior sense. I called to mind, now my thoughts were directed that way, what had passed between Mr. Franklin and Rosanna overnight. She looked cut to the heart on that occasion. And now, as ill luck would have it, she had been unavoidably stung again. Poor soul, on the tender place. Sad, sad, all the more sad because the girl had no reason to justify her and no right to feel it. I had promised Mr. Franklin to speak to Rosanna, and this seemed the fittest time for keeping my word. We found the girl sweeping the corridor outside the bedrooms, pale and composed and neat as ever in her modest print dress. I noticed a curious dimness and dullness in her eyes, not as if she had been crying, but as if she had been looking at something too long. Possibly it was a misty something, raised by her own thoughts. There was certainly no object about her to look at which she had not seen already, hundreds on hundreds of times. Cheer up, Rosanna, I said. You mustn't fret over your own fancies. I have got something to say to you from Mr. Franklin. I thereupon put the matter in the right view before her, in the friendliest and most comforting words I could find. My principles in regard to the other sex are, as you may have noticed, very severe. But somehow or other, when I come face to face with the women, my practice, I own, is not conformable. Mr. Franklin is very kind and considerate. Please to thank him. That was all the answer she made me. My daughter had already noticed that Rosanna went about her work like a woman in a dream. I now added to this observation that she also listened and spoke like a woman in a dream. I doubted if her mind was in a fit condition to take in what I had said to her. Are you quite sure, Rosanna, that you understand me? I asked. Quite sure. She echoed me, not like a living woman, but like a creature moved by machinery. She went on sweeping all the time. I took away the broom as gently and as kindly as I could. Come, come, my girl, I said. This is not like yourself. You have got something on your mind. I'm your friend. And I'll stand your friend even if you have done wrong. Make a clean breast of it, Rosanna. Make a clean breast of it. The time had been when my speaking to her in that way would have brought the tears into her eyes. I could see no change in them now. Yes, she said, I'll make a clean breast of it. To my lady? I asked. No. To Mr. Franklin? Yes, to Mr. Franklin. I hardly knew what to say to that. She was in no condition to understand the caution against speaking to him in private, which Mr. Franklin had directed me to give her. Feeling my way, little by little, I only told her Mr. Franklin had gone out for a walk. It doesn't matter, she answered. I shan't trouble Mr. Franklin today. Why not speak to my lady? I said. The way to relieve your mind is to speak to the merciful and Christian mistress who has always been kind to you. She looked at me for a moment with a grave and steady attention, as if she was fixing what I said in her mind. Then she took the broom out of my hands and moved off with it slowly, a little way down the corridor. "No," she said, going on with her sweeping and speaking to herself. "I know a better way of relieving my mind than that." "What is it?" "Please to let me go on with my work." Penelope followed her and offered to help her. She answered, "No, I want to do my work. Thank you, Penelope." She looked round at me. "Thank you, Mr. Betteridge." There was no moving her. There was nothing more to be said. I signed to Penelope to come away with me. We left her, as we had found her, sweeping the corridor, like a woman in a dream. "This is a matter for the doctor to look into," I said. "It's beyond me." My daughter reminded me of Mr. Candy's illness, owing, as you may remember, to the chill he had caught on the night of the dinner party. His assistant, a certain Mr. Ezra Jennings, was at our disposal to be sure, but nobody knew much about him in our parts. He had been engaged by Mr. Candy under rather peculiar circumstances, and right or wrong, we none of us liked him or trusted him. There were other doctors at Frizzing Hall, but they were strangers to our house, and Penelope doubted, in Rosanna's present state, whether strangers might not do her more harm than good. I thought of speaking to my lady, but remembering the heavy weight of anxiety which she already had on her mind, I hesitated to add to all the other vexations this new trouble. Still, there was a necessity for doing something. The girl's state was, to my thinking, downright alarming, and my mistress ought to be informed of it. Unwilling enough, I went to her sitting room. No one was there. My lady was shut up with Miss Rachel. It was impossible for me to see her till she came out again. I waited in vain till the clock on the front staircase struck the 1:45. 5 minutes afterwards, I heard my name called from the drive outside the house. I knew the voice directly. Sergeant Cuff had returned from Frizzing Hall. Chapter 18. Going down to the front door, I met the sergeant on the steps. It went against the grain with me, after what had passed between us, to show him that I felt any sort of interest in his proceedings. In spite of myself, however, I felt an interest that there was no resisting. My sense of dignity sank from under me, and out came the words, "What news from Frizzing Hall?" "I have seen the Indians," answered Sergeant Cuff, "and I have found out what Rosanna bought privately in the town on Thursday last. The Indians will be set free on Wednesday in next week. There isn't a doubt on my mind, and there isn't a doubt on Mr. Murthwaite's mind, that they came to this place to steal the Moonstone. Their calculations were all thrown out, of course, by what happened in the house on Wednesday night, and they have no more to do with the actual loss of the jewel than you have. But I can tell you one thing, Mr. Betteridge, if we don't find the Moonstone, they will. You have not heard the last of the 3 jugglers yet." Mr. Franklin came back from his walk as the sergeant said those startling words. Governing his curiosity better than I had governed mine, he passed us without a word and went on into the house. As for me, having already dropped my dignity, I determined to have the whole benefit of the sacrifice. "So much for the Indians," I said. "What about Rosanna next?" Sergeant Cuff shook his head. "The mystery in that quarter is thicker than ever," he said. "I have traced her to a shop at Frizzing Hall, kept by a linen draper named Maltby. She bought nothing whatever at any of the other drapers' shops, or at any milliner's or tailor's shops, and she bought nothing at Maltby's but a piece of long cloth. She was very particular in choosing a certain quality. As to quantity, she bought enough to make a nightgown." "Whose nightgown?" I asked. "Her own, to be sure. Between 12 and 3, on the Thursday morning, she must have slipped down to your young lady's room to settle the hiding of the Moonstone, while all the rest of you were in bed. In going back to her own room, her nightgown must have brushed the wet paint on the door. She couldn't wash out the stain, and she couldn't safely destroy the nightgown without first providing another like it to make the inventory of her linen complete. "What proves that it was Rosanna's nightgown?" I objected. "The material she bought for making the substitute dress," answered the sergeant. "If it had been Miss Verinder's nightgown, she would have had to buy lace and frilling, and Lord knows what besides, and she wouldn't have had time to make it in one night. Plain long cloth means a plain servant's nightgown. No, no, Mr. Betteridge, all that is clear enough. The pinch of the question is, why, after having provided the substitute dress, does she hide the smeared nightgown instead of destroying it? If the girl won't speak out, there is only one way of settling the difficulty. The hiding place at the Shivering Sand must be searched, and the true state of the case will be discovered there." "How are you to find the place?" I inquired. "I am sorry to disappoint you," said the sergeant, "but that's a secret which I mean to keep to myself. Not to irritate your curiosity, as he irritated mine, I may here inform you that he had come back from Frizinghall provided with a search warrant. His experience in such matters told him that Rosanna was in all probability carrying about her a memorandum of the hiding place to guide her, in case she returned to it, under changed circumstances and after a lapse of time. Possessed of this memorandum, the sergeant would be furnished with all that he could desire. Now, Mr. Betteridge," he went on, "suppose we drop speculation and get to business. I told Joyce to have an eye on Rosanna. Where is Joyce?" Joyce was the Frizinghall policeman who had been left by Superintendent Seagrave at Sergeant Cuff's disposal. The clock struck 2 as he put the question, and punctual to the moment, the carriage came round to take Miss Rachel to her aunt's. "One thing at a time," said the sergeant, stopping me as I was about to send in search of Joyce. "I must attend to Miss Verinder first." As the rain was still threatening, it was the closed carriage that had been appointed to take Miss Rachel to Frizinghall. Sergeant Cuff beckoned Samuel to come down to him from the rumble behind. "You will see a friend of mine waiting among the trees on this side of the lodge gate," he said. "My friend, without stopping the carriage, will get up into the rumble with you. You have nothing to do but to hold your tongue and shut your eyes. Otherwise, you will get into trouble." With that advice, he sent the footman back to his place. What Samuel thought, I don't know. It was plain, to my mind, that Miss Rachel was to be privately kept in view from the time when she left our house, if she did leave it. A watch set on my young lady, a spy behind her in the rumble of her mother's carriage. I could have cut my own tongue out for having forgotten myself so far as to speak to Sergeant Cuff. The first person to come out of the house was my lady. She stood aside, on the top step, posting herself there to see what happened. Not a word did she say, either to the sergeant or to me. With her lips closed and her arms folded in the light garden cloak which she had wrapped round her on coming into the air, there she stood, as still as a statue, waiting for her daughter to appear. In a minute more, Miss Rachel came downstairs, very nicely dressed in some soft yellow stuff that set off her dark complexion and clipped her tight, in the form of a jacket, round the waist. She had a smart little straw hat on her head, with a white veil twisted round it. She had primrose-coloured gloves that fitted her hands like a second skin. Her beautiful black hair looked as smooth as satin under her hat. Her little ears were like rosy shells. They had a pearl dangling from each of them. She came swiftly out to us, as straight as a lily on its stem, and as lithe and supple in every movement she made as a young cat. Nothing that I could discover was altered in her pretty face, but her eyes and her lips. Her eyes were brighter and fiercer than I liked to see, and her lips had so completely lost their color and their smile that I hardly knew them again. She kissed her mother in a hasty and sudden manner on the cheek. She said, "Try to forgive me, Mama," and then pulled down her veil over her face so vehemently that she tore it. In another moment, she had run down the steps and had rushed into the carriage as if it was a hiding place. Sergeant Cuff was just as quick on his side. He put Samuel back and stood before Miss Rachel with the open carriage door in his hand at the instant when she settled herself in her place. "What do you want?" says Miss Rachel from behind her veil. "I want to say one word to you, miss," answered the sergeant, "before you go. I can't presume to stop your paying a visit to your aunt. I can only venture to say that your leaving us as things are now puts an obstacle in the way of my recovering your diamond. Please to understand that. And now decide for yourself whether you go or stay." Miss Rachel never even answered him. "Drive on, James," she called out to the coachman. Without another word, the sergeant shut the carriage door. Just as he closed it, Mr. Franklin came running down the steps. "Goodbye, Rachel," he said, holding out his hand. "Drive on," cried Miss Rachel, louder than ever, and taking no more notice of Mr. Franklin than she had taken of Sergeant Cuff. Mr. Franklin stepped back thunderstruck, as well he might be. The coachman, not knowing what to do, looked towards my lady, still standing immovable on the top step. My lady, with anger and sorrow and shame, all struggling together in her face, made him a sign to start the horses, and then turned back hastily into the house. Mr. Franklin, recovering the use of his speech, called after her as the carriage drove off, "Aunt, you are quite right. Accept my thanks for all your kindness, and let me go." My lady turned as though to speak to him. Then, as if distrusting herself, waved her hand kindly. "Let me see you before you leave us, Franklin," she said, in a broken voice, and went on to her own room. "Do me a last favor, Betteridge," says Mr. Franklin, turning to me with the tears in his eyes. "Get me away to the train as soon as you can." He, too, went his way into the house. For the moment, Miss Rachel had completely unmanned him. Judge from that how fond he must have been of her. Sergeant Cuff and I were left face to face at the bottom of the steps. The sergeant stood with his face set towards a gap in the trees, commanding a view of one of the windings of the drive, which led from the house. He had his hands in his pockets, and he was softly whistling "The Last Rose of Summer" to himself. "There's a time for everything," I said savagely enough. "This isn't a time for whistling." At that moment, the carriage appeared in the distance, through the gap, on its way to the lodge gate. There was another man, besides Samuel, plainly visible in the rumble behind. "All right," said the sergeant to himself. He turned round to me. "It's no time for whistling, Mr. Betteridge, as you say. It's time to take this business in hand now without sparing anybody. We'll begin with Rosanna Spearman. Where is Joyce?" We both called for Joyce and received no answer. I sent one of the stable boys to look for him. "You heard what I said to Miss Verinder," remarked the sergeant while we were waiting, "and you saw how she received it. I tell her plainly that her leaving us will be an obstacle in the way of my recovering her diamond, and she leaves in the face of that statement. Your young lady has got a travelling companion in her mother's carriage, Mr. Betteridge, and the name of it is the Moonstone." I said nothing. I only held on like death to my belief in Miss Rachel. The stable boy came back, followed, very unwillingly, as it appeared to me, by Joyce. "Where is Rosanna Spearman?" asked Sergeant Cuff. I can't account for it, sir, Joyce began, and I am very sorry, but somehow or other— Before I went to Frizinghall, said the sergeant, cutting him short, I told you to keep your eyes on Rosanna Spearman, without allowing her to discover that she was being watched. Do you mean to tell me that you have let her give you the slip? I am afraid, sir, says Joyce, beginning to tremble, that I was perhaps a little too careful not to let her discover me. There are such a many passages in the lower parts of this house. How long is it since you missed her? Nigh on an hour since, sir. You can go back to your regular business at Frizinghall, said the sergeant, speaking just as composedly as ever in his usual quiet and dreary way. I don't think your talents are at all in our line, Mr. Joyce. Your present form of employment is a trifle beyond you. Good morning. The man slunk off. I find it very difficult to describe how I was affected by the discovery that Rosanna Spearman was missing. I seemed to be in 50 different minds about it, all at the same time. In that state, I stood staring at Sergeant Cuff, and my powers of language quite failed me. No, Mr. Betteridge, said the sergeant, as if he had discovered the uppermost thought in me and was picking it out to be answered before all the rest. Your young friend Rosanna won't slip through my fingers so easy as you think. As long as I know where Miss Verinder is, I have the means at my disposal of tracing Miss Verinder's accomplice. I prevented them from communicating last night. Very good. They will get together at Frizinghall instead of getting together here. The present inquiry must be simply shifted, rather sooner than I had anticipated, from this house to the house at which Miss Verinder is visiting. In the meantime, I'm afraid I must trouble you to call the servants together again. I went round with him to the servants' hall. It is very disgraceful, but it is not the less true, that I had another attack of the detective fever when he said those last words. I forgot that I hated Sergeant Cuff. I seized him confidentially by the arm. I said, "For goodness' sake, tell us what you are going to do with the servants now." The great Cuff stood stock still and addressed himself in a kind of melancholy rapture to the empty air. If this man, said the sergeant, apparently meaning me, only understood the growing of roses, he would be the most completely perfect character on the face of creation. After that strong expression of feeling, he sighed and put his arm through mine. This is how it stands, he said, dropping down again to business. Rosanna has done one of two things. She has either gone direct to Frizinghall before I can get there, or she has gone first to visit her hiding place at the Shivering Sand. The first thing to find out is which of the servants saw the last of her before she left the house. On instituting this inquiry, it turned out that the last person who had set eyes on Rosanna was Nancy, the kitchen maid. Nancy had seen her slip out with a letter in her hand and stop the butcher's man who had just been delivering some meat at the back door. Nancy had heard her ask the man to post the letter when he got back to Frizinghall. The man had looked at the address and had said it was a roundabout way of delivering a letter directed to Cobb's Hole, to post it at Frizinghall, and that, moreover, on a Saturday, which would prevent the letter from getting to its destination until Monday morning. Rosanna had answered that the delivery of the letter, being delayed till Monday, was of no importance. The only thing she wished to be sure of was that the man would do what she told him. The man had promised to do it and had driven away. Nancy had been called back to her work in the kitchen, and no other person had seen anything afterwards of Rosanna Spearman. "Well?" I asked when we were alone again. "Well," says the sergeant, "I must go to Frizinghall." "About the letter, sir?" "Yes. The memorandum of the hiding place is in that letter. I must see the address at the post office." If it is the address I suspect, I shall pay our friend, Mrs. Yolland, another visit on Monday next. I went with the sergeant to order the pony chaise. In the stable yard, we got a new light thrown on the missing girl. Chapter 19. The news of Rosanna's disappearance had, as it appeared, spread among the out-of-door servants. They too had made their inquiries, and they had just laid hands on a quick little imp, nicknamed Duffy, who was occasionally employed in weeding the garden, and who had seen Rosanna Spearman as lately as half an hour since. Duffy was certain that the girl had passed him in the fir plantation, not walking, but running in the direction of the seashore. "Does this boy know the coast hereabouts?" asked Sergeant Cuff. "He has been born and bred on the coast," I answered. "Duffy," says the sergeant, "do you want to earn a shilling? If you do, come along with me. Keep the pony chaise ready, Mr. Betteridge, till I come back." He started for the shivering sand, at a rate that my legs, though well enough preserved for my time of life, had no hope of matching. Little Duffy, as the way is with the young savages in our parts when they are in high spirits, gave a howl and trotted off at the sergeant's heels. Here again, I find it impossible to give anything like a clear account of the state of my mind in the interval after Sergeant Cuff had left us. A curious and stupefying restlessness got possession of me. I did a dozen different needless things in and out of the house, not one of which I can now remember. I don't even know how long it was after the sergeant had gone to the sands when Duffy came running back with a message for me. Sergeant Cuff had given the boy a leaf torn out of his pocketbook, on which was written in pencil, "Send me one of Rosanna Spearman's boots, and be quick about it." I dispatched the first woman servant I could find to Rosanna's room, and I sent the boy back to say that I myself would follow him with the boot. This, I am well aware, was not the quickest way to take of obeying the directions which I had received. But I was resolved to see for myself what new mystification was going on before I trusted Rosanna's boot in the sergeant's hands. My old notion of screening the girl, if I could, seemed to have come back on me again at the 11th hour. This state of feeling, to say nothing of the detective fever, hurried me off, as soon as I had got the boot, at the nearest approach to a run which a man turned 70 can reasonably hope to make. As I got near the shore, the clouds gathered black, and the rain came down, drifting in great white sheets of water before the wind. I heard the thunder of the sea on the sandbank at the mouth of the bay. A little further on, I passed the boy, crouching for shelter under the lee of the sandhills. Then I saw the raging sea, and the rollers tumbling in on the sandbank, and the driven rain sweeping over the waters like a flying garment, and the yellow wilderness of the beach, with one solitary black figure standing on it, the figure of Sergeant Cuff. He waved his hand towards the north when he first saw me. "Keep on that side," he shouted, "and come on down here to me." I went down to him, choking for breath, with my heart leaping as if it was like to leap out of me. I was past speaking. I had 100 questions to put to him, and not one of them would pass my lips. His face frightened me. I saw a look in his eyes which was a look of horror. He snatched the boot out of my hand and set it in a footmark on the sand, bearing south from us, as we stood, and pointing straight towards the rocky ledge called the South Spit. The mark was not yet blurred out by the rain, and the girl's boot fitted it to a hair. The sergeant pointed to the boot in the footmark without saying a word. I caught at his arm and tried to speak to him, and failed as I had failed when I tried before. He went on, following the footsteps down and down to where the rocks and the sand joined. The South Spit was just awash with the flowing tide. The waters heaved over the hidden face of the shivering sand. Now this way and now that, With an obstinate patience that was dreadful to see, Sergeant Cuff tried the boot in the footsteps and always found it pointing the same way, straight to the rocks. Hunt as he might, no sign could he find anywhere of the footsteps walking from them. He gave it up at last. Still keeping silence, he looked again at me, and then he looked out at the waters before use, heaving in deeper and deeper over the quicksand. I looked where he looked, and I saw his thought in his face. A dreadful dumb trembling crawled all over me on a sudden. I fell upon my knees on the beach. "She has been back at the hiding place," I heard the sergeant say to himself. "Some fatal accident has happened to her on those rocks." The girl's altered looks and words and actions, the numbed, deadened way in which she listened to me and spoke to me, when I had found her sweeping the corridor but a few hours since, rose up in my mind and warned me, even as the sergeant spoke, that his guess was wide of the dreadful truth. I tried to tell him of the fear that had frozen me up. I tried to say, "The death she has died, Sergeant, was a death of her own seeking." No, the words wouldn't come. The dumb trembling held me in its grip. I couldn't feel the driving rain. I couldn't see the rising tide. As in the vision of a dream, the poor lost creature came back before me. I saw her again, as I had seen her in the past time, on the morning when I went to fetch her into the house. I heard her again, telling me that the shivering sand seemed to draw her to it against her will, and wondering whether her grave was waiting for her there. The horror of it struck at me in some unfathomable way through my own child. My girl was just her age. My girl, tried as Rosanna was tried, might have lived that miserable life and died this dreadful death. The sergeant kindly lifted me up and turned me away from the sight of the place where she had perished. With that relief, I began to fetch my breath again, and to see things about me as things really were. Looking towards the sandhills, I saw the men servants from out of doors, and the fisherman named Yolland, all running down to us together, and all, having taken the alarm, calling out to know if the girl had been found. In the fewest words, the sergeant showed them the evidence of the footmarks and told them that a fatal accident must have happened to her. He then picked out the fisherman from the rest and put a question to him, turning about again towards the sea. "Tell me," he said, "could a boat have taken her off in such weather as this, from those rocks where her footmarks stop?" The fisherman pointed to the rollers tumbling in on the sandbank and to the great waves leaping up in clouds of foam against the headlands on either side of us. "No boat that ever was built," he answered, "could have got to her through that." Sergeant Cuff looked for the last time at the footmarks on the sand, which the rain was now fast blurring out. "There," he said, "is the evidence that she can't have left this place by land. And here," he went on, looking at the fisherman, "is the evidence that she can't have got away by sea." He stopped and considered for a minute. "She was seen running towards this place half an hour before I got here from the house," he said to Yolland. "Some time has passed since then. Call it, altogether, an hour ago. How high would the water be at that time on this side of the rocks?" He pointed to the south side, otherwise the side which was not filled up by the quicksand. "As the tide makes today," said the fisherman, "there wouldn't have been water enough to drown a kitten on that side of the spit an hour since." Sergeant Cuff turned about northward, towards the quicksand. "How much on this side?" he asked. "Less still," answered Yolland. "The shivering sand would have been just a wash, and no more." The sergeant turned to me and said that the accident must have happened on the side of the quicksand. My tongue was loosened at that. "No accident," I told him. "When she came to this place, she came weary of her life. to end it here." He started back from me. "How do you know?" he asked. The rest of them crowded round. The sergeant recovered himself instantly. He put them back from me. He said I was an old man. He said the discovery had shaken me. He said, "Let him alone a little." Then he turned to Yolland and asked, "Is there any chance of finding her when the tide ebbs again?" And Yolland answered, "None. What the sand gets, the sand keeps forever." Having said that, the fisherman came a step nearer and addressed himself to me. "Mr. Betteredge," he said, "I have a word to say to you about the young woman's death. 4 foot out, broadwise, along the side of the spit. There's a shelf of rock about half fathom down under the sand. My question is, why didn't she strike that? If she slipped by accident from off the spit, she fell in where there's foothold at the bottom, at a depth that would barely cover her to the waist. She must have waded out, or jumped out into the deeps beyond, or she wouldn't be missing now. No accident, sir. The deeps of the quicksand have got her, and they have got her by her own act." After that testimony from a man whose knowledge was to be relied on, the sergeant was silent. The rest of us, like him, held our peace. With one accord, we all turned back up the slope of the beach. At the sand hillocks, we were met by the undergroom running to us from the house. The lad is a good lad and has an honest respect for me. He handed me a little note with a decent sorrow in his face. "Penelope sent me with this, Mr. Betteredge," he said. "She found it in Rosanna's room." It was her last farewell word to the old man, who had done his best, thank God, always done his best, to befriend her. "You have often forgiven me, Mr. Betteredge, in past times. When you next see the shivering sand, try to forgive me once more. I have found my grave where my grave was waiting for me. I have lived and died, sir, grateful for your kindness." There was no more than that. Little as it was, I hadn't manhood enough to hold up against it. Your tears come easy when you're young and beginning the world. Your tears come easy when you're old and leaving it. I burst out crying. Sergeant Cuff took a step nearer to me, meaning kindly, I don't doubt. I shrank back from him. "Don't touch me," I said. "It's the dread of you that has driven her to it." "You are wrong, Mr. Betteredge," he answered, quietly, "but there will be time enough to speak of it when we are indoors again." I followed the rest of them with the help of the groom's arm. Through the driving rain, we went back to meet the trouble and the terror that were waiting for us at the house. Chapter 20. Those in front had spread the news before us. We found the servants in a state of panic. As we passed my lady's door, it was thrown open violently from the inner side. My mistress came out among us, with Mr. Franklin following and trying vainly to compose her, quite beside herself with the horror of the thing. "You are answerable for this," she cried out, threatening the sergeant wildly with her hand. "Gabriel, give that wretch his money and release me from the sight of him." The sergeant was the only one among us who was fit to cope with her, being the only one among us who was in possession of himself. "I am no more answerable for this distressing calamity, my lady, than you are," he said. "If, in half an hour from this, you still insist on my leaving the house, I will accept your ladyship's dismissal, but not your ladyship's money." It was spoken very respectfully, but very firmly at the same time, and it had its effect on my mistress as well as on me. She suffered Mr. Franklin to lead her back into the room. As the door closed on the two, the sergeant, looking about among the women's servants in his observant way, noticed that while all the rest were merely frightened, Penelope was in tears. "When your father has changed his wet clothes," he said to her, "come and speak to us in your father's room." Before the half hour was out, I had got my dry clothes on, and had lent Sergeant Cuff such change of dress as he required. Penelope came in to us to hear what the sergeant wanted with her. I don't think I ever felt what a good, dutiful daughter I had so strongly as I felt it at that moment. I took her and sat her on my knee, and I prayed God bless her. She hid her head on my bosom and put her arms round my neck, and we waited a little while in silence. The poor dead girl must have been at the bottom of it, I think, with my daughter and with me. The sergeant went to the window and stood there, looking out. I thought it right to thank him for considering us both in this way, and I did. People in high life have all the luxuries to themselves, among others, the luxury of indulging their feelings. People in low life have no such privilege. Necessity, which spares our betters, has no pity on us. We learn to put our feelings back into ourselves and to jog on with our duties as patiently as may be. I don't complain of this, I only notice it. Penelope and I were ready for the sergeant. As soon as the sergeant was ready on his side, asked if she knew what had led her fellow servant to destroy herself, my daughter answered, as you will foresee, that it was for love of Mr. Franklin Blake. Asked next if she had mentioned this notion of hers to any other person, Penelope answered, I have not mentioned it for Rosanna's sake. I felt it necessary to add a word to this. I said, and for Mr. Franklin's sake, my dear, as well. If Rosanna has died for love of him, it is not with his knowledge or by his fault. Let him leave the house today, if he does leave it, without the useless pain of knowing the truth. Sergeant Cuff said, quite right, and fell silent again, comparing Penelope's notion, as it seemed to me, with some other notion of his own, which he kept to himself. At the end of the half hour, my mistress's bell rang. On my way to answer it, I met Mr. Franklin coming out of his aunt's sitting room. He mentioned that her ladyship was ready to see Sergeant Cuff, in my presence, as before, and he added that he himself wanted to say 2 words to the sergeant first. On our way back to my room, he stopped and looked at the railway timetable in the hall. Are you really going to leave us, sir? I asked. Miss Rachel will surely come right again, if you only give her time. She will come right again, answered Mr. Franklin, when she hears that I have gone away and that she will see me no more. I thought he spoke in resentment of my young lady's treatment of him, but it was not so. My mistress had noticed, from the time when the police first came into the house, that the bare mention of him was enough to set Miss Rachel's temper in a flame. He had been too fond of his cousin to like to confess this to himself until the truth had been forced on him when she drove off to her aunt's. His eyes once opened in that cruel way which you know of, Mr. Franklin had taken his resolution, the one resolution which a man of any spirit could take, to leave the house. What he had to say to the sergeant was spoken in my presence. He described her ladyship as willing to acknowledge that she had spoken over hastily, and he asked if Sergeant Cuff would consent in that case to accept his fee, and to leave the matter of the diamond where the matter stood now. The sergeant answered, No, sir, my fee is paid me for doing my duty. I decline to take it until my duty is done. I don't understand you, says Mr. Franklin. I'll explain myself, sir, says the sergeant. When I came here, I undertook to throw the necessary light on the matter of the missing diamond. I am now ready and waiting to redeem my pledge. When I have stated the case to Lady Verinder as the case now stands, and when I have told her plainly what course of action to take for the recovery of the Moonstone, the responsibility will be off my shoulders. Let her ladyship decide after that, whether she does or does not allow me to go on. I shall then have done what I undertook to do, and I'll take my fee. In those words, Sergeant Cuff reminded us that even in the detective police, a man may have a reputation to lose. The view he took was so plainly the right one that there was no more to be said. As I rose to conduct him to my lady's room, he asked if Mr. Franklin wished to be present. Mr. Franklin answered, "Not unless Lady Verinder desires it." He added in a whisper to me, as I was following the sergeant out, "I know what that man is going to say about Rachel, and I am too fond of her to hear it and keep my temper. Leave me by myself." I left him miserable enough, leaning on the sill of my window, with his face hidden in his hands, and Penelope peeping through the door, longing to comfort him. In Mr. Franklin's place, I should have called her in. When you are ill-used by one woman, there is great comfort in telling it to another, because 9 times out of 10, the other always takes your side. Perhaps when my back was turned, he did call her in. In that case, it is only doing my daughter justice to declare that she would stick at nothing in the way of comforting Mr. Franklin Blake. In the meantime, Sergeant Cuff and I proceeded to my lady's room. At the last conference we had held with her, we had found her not over-willing to lift her eyes from the book which she had on the table. On this occasion there was a change for the better. She met the sergeant's eye with an eye that was as steady as his own. The family spirit showed itself in every line of her face, and I knew that Sergeant Cuff would meet his match. When a woman like my mistress was strung up to hear the worst he could say to her. Chapter 21. The first words, when we had taken our seats, were spoken by my lady. "Sergeant Cuff," she said, "there was perhaps some excuse for the inconsiderate manner in which I spoke to you half an hour since. I have no wish, however, to claim that excuse. I say, with perfect sincerity, that I regret it if I wronged you." The grace of voice and manner with which she made him that atonement had its due effect on the sergeant. He requested permission to justify himself, putting his justification as an act of respect to my mistress. It was impossible, he said, that he could be in any way responsible for the calamity which had shocked us all, for this sufficient reason, that his success in bringing his inquiry to its proper end depended on his neither saying nor doing anything that could alarm Rosanna Spearman. He appealed to me to testify whether he had or had not carried that object out. I could, and did, bear witness that he had, and there, as I thought, the matter might have been judiciously left to come to an end. Sergeant Cuff, however, took it a step further, evidently, as you shall now judge, with the purpose of forcing the most painful of all possible explanations to take place between her ladyship and himself. "I have heard a motive assigned for the young woman's suicide," said the sergeant, "which may possibly be the right one. It is a motive quite unconnected with the case which I am conducting here. I am bound to add, however, that my own opinion points the other way. Some unbearable anxiety in connection with the missing diamond has, I believe, driven the poor creature to her own destruction. I don't pretend to know what that unbearable anxiety may have been, but I think, with your ladyship's permission, I can lay my hand on a person who is capable of deciding whether I am right or wrong." "Is the person now in the house?" my mistress asked, after waiting a little. "The person has left the house, my lady." That answer pointed as straight to Miss Rachel as straight could be. A silence dropped on us, which I thought would never come to an end. Lord, how the wind howled, and how the rain drove at the window as I sat there waiting for one or other of them to speak again. "Be so good as to express yourself plainly," said my lady. "Do you refer to my daughter?" "I do," said Sergeant Cuff, in so many words. "My mistress had her cheque-book on the table when we entered the room, no doubt to pay the sergeant his fee. She now put it back in the drawer. It went to my heart to see how her poor hand trembled, the hand that had loaded her old servant with benefits, the hand that I pray God may take mine when my time comes and I leave my place forever. I had hoped, said my lady, very slowly and quietly, to have recompensed your services, and to have parted with you without Miss Verinder's name having been openly mentioned between us, as it has been mentioned now. My nephew has probably said something of this before you came into my room. Mr. Blake gave his message, my lady, and I gave Mr. Blake a reason. It is needless to tell me your reason. After what you have just said, you know as well as I do that you have gone too far to go back. I owe it to myself, and I owe it to my child, to insist on your remaining here and to insist on your speaking out. The sergeant looked at his watch. If there had been time, my lady, he answered, I should have preferred writing my report instead of communicating it by word of mouth. But if this inquiry is to go on, time is of too much importance to be wasted in writing. I am ready to go into the matter at once. It is a very painful matter for me to speak of, and for you to hear. There, my mistress stopped him once more. I may possibly make it less painful to you, and to my good servant and friend here, she said, if I set the example of speaking boldly on my side. You suspect Miss Verinder of deceiving us all by secreting the diamond for some purpose of her own. Is that true? Quite true, my lady. Very well. Now, before you begin, I have to tell you, as Miss Verinder's mother, that she is absolutely incapable of doing what you suppose her to have done. Your knowledge of her character dates from a day or two since. My knowledge of her character dates from the beginning of her life. State your suspicion of her as strongly as you please. It is impossible that you can offend me by doing so. I am sure beforehand that, with all your experience, the circumstances have fatally misled you in this case. Mind, I am in possession of no private information. I am as absolutely shut out of my daughter's confidence as you are. My one reason for speaking positively is the reason you have heard already. I know my child. She turned to me and gave me her hand. I kissed it in silence. You may go on, she said, facing the sergeant again as steadily as ever. Sergeant Cuff bowed. My mistress had produced but one effect on him. His hatchet face softened for a moment, as if he was sorry for her. As to shaking him in his own conviction, it was plain to see that she had not moved him by a single inch. He settled himself in his chair, and he began his vile attack on Miss Rachel's character in these words. I must ask your ladyship, he said, to look this matter in the face, from my point of view as well as from yours. Will you please to suppose yourself coming down here in my place and with my experience? And will you allow me to mention very briefly what that experience has been? My mistress signed to him that she would do this. The sergeant went on. For the last 20 years, he said, I have been largely employed in cases of family scandal, acting in the capacity of confidential man. The one result of my domestic practice which has any bearing on the matter now in hand is a result which I may state in 2 words. It is well within my experience that young ladies of rank and position do occasionally have private debts which they dare not acknowledge to their nearest relatives and friends. Sometimes the milliner and the jeweller are at the bottom of it. Sometimes the money is wanted for purposes which I don't suspect in this case, and which I won't shock you by mentioning. Bear in mind what I have said, my lady. And now let us see how events in this house have forced me back on my own experience, whether I liked it or not. He considered with himself for a moment, and went on, with a horrid clearness that obliged you to understand him, with an abominable justice that favoured nobody. My first information relating to the loss of the Moonstone, said the sergeant, came to me from Superintendent Seagrave. He proved to my complete satisfaction that he was perfectly incapable of managing the case. The one thing he said which struck me as worth listening to was this, that Miss Verinder had declined to be questioned by him and had spoken to him with a perfectly incomprehensible rudeness and contempt. I thought this curious, but I attributed it mainly to some clumsiness on the superintendent's part which might have offended the young lady. After that, I put it by in my mind and applied myself single-handed to the case. It ended, as you are aware, in the discovery of the smear on the door and in Mr. Franklin Blake's evidence satisfying me that this same smear and the loss of the diamond were pieces of the same puzzle. So far, if I suspected anything, I suspected that the Moonstone had been stolen and that one of the servants might prove to be the thief. Very good. In this state of things, what happens? Miss Verinder suddenly comes out of her room and speaks to me. I observe 3 suspicious appearances in that young lady. She is still violently agitated, though more than 24 hours have passed since the diamond was lost. She treats me as she has already treated Superintendent Seagrave, and she is mortally offended with Mr. Franklin Blake. Very good again. Here, I say to myself, is a young lady who has lost a valuable jewel. A young lady also, as my own eyes and ears inform me, who is of an impetuous temperament. Under these circumstances, and with that character, what does she do? She betrays an incomprehensible resentment against Mr. Blake, Mr. Superintendent, and myself. Otherwise, the very 3 people who have all, in their different ways, been trying to help her to recover her lost jewel. Having brought my inquiry to that point, then, my lady, and not till then, I begin to look back into my own mind for my own experience. My own experience explains Miss Verinder's otherwise incomprehensible conduct. It associates her with those other young ladies that I know of. It tells me she has debts she daren't acknowledge, that must be paid, and it sets me asking myself whether the loss of the diamond may not mean that the diamond must be secretly pledged to pay them. That is the conclusion which my experience draws from plain facts. What does your ladyship's experience say against it? What I have said already, answered my mistress. The circumstances have misled you. I said nothing on my side. Robinson Crusoe, God knows how, had got into my muddled old head. If Sergeant Cuff had found himself, at that moment, transported to a desert island, without a man Friday to keep him company, or a ship to take him off, he would have found himself exactly where I wished him to be. Nota bene. I am an average good Christian, when you don't push my Christianity too far, and all the rest of you, which is a great comfort, are, in this respect, much the same as I am. Sergeant Cuff went on. Right or wrong, my lady, he said. Having drawn my conclusion, the next thing to do was to put it to the test. I suggested to your ladyship the examination of all the wardrobes in the house. It was a means of finding the article of dress which had, in all probability, made the smear, and it was a means of putting my conclusion to the test. How did it turn out? Your ladyship consented, Mr. Blake consented, Mr. Ablewhite consented. Miss Verinder alone stopped the whole proceeding by refusing point blank. That result satisfied me that my view was the right one. If your ladyship and Mr. Betteridge persist in not agreeing with me, you must be blind to what happened before you this very day. In your hearing, I told the young lady that her leaving the house, as things were then, would put an obstacle in the way of my recovering her jewel. You saw yourselves that she drove off in the face of that statement. You saw yourself that so far from forgiving Mr. Blake for having done more than all the rest of you to put the clue into my hands, she publicly insulted Mr. Blake on the steps of her mother's house. What do these things mean? If Miss Verinder is not privy to the suppression of the diamond, what do these things mean? This time, he looked my way. It was downright frightful to hear him piling up proof after proof against Miss Rachel, and to know, while one was longing to defend her, that there was no disputing the truth of what he said. I am, thank God, constitutionally superior to reason. This enabled me to hold firm to my lady's view, which was my view also. This roused my spirit and made me put a bold face on it before Sergeant Cuff. Profit, good friends, I beseech you, by my example. It will save you from many troubles of the vexing sort. Cultivate a superiority to reason, and see how you pare the claws of all the sensible people when they try to scratch you for your own good. Finding that I made no remark, and that my mistress made no remark, Sergeant Cuff proceeded. Lord, how it did enrage me to notice that he was not in the least put out by our silence. There is the case, my lady, as it stands against Miss Verinder alone, he said. The next thing is to put the case as it stands against Miss Verinder and the deceased Rosanna Spearman taken together. We will go back for a moment, if you please, to your daughter's refusal to let her wardrobe be examined. My mind being made up, after that circumstance, I had two questions to consider next. First, as to the right method of conducting my inquiry. Second, as to whether Miss Verinder had an accomplice among the female servants in the house. After carefully thinking it over, I determined to conduct the inquiry in what we should call at our office a highly irregular manner. For this reason, I had a family scandal to deal with, which it was my business to keep within the family limits. The less noise made, and the fewer strangers employed to help me, the better. As to the usual course of taking people in custody on suspicion, going before the magistrate, and all the rest of it, nothing of the sort was to be thought of, when your ladyship's daughter was, as I believed, at the bottom of the whole business. In this case, I felt that a person of Mr. Betteridge's character and position in the house, knowing the servants as he did, and having the honour of the family at heart, would be safer to take as an assistant than any other person whom I could lay my hand on. I should have tried Mr. Blake as well, but for one obstacle in the way. He saw the drift of my proceedings at a very early date, and with his interest in Miss Verinder, any mutual understanding was impossible between him and me. I trouble your ladyship with these particulars to show you that I have kept the family secret within the family circle. I am the only outsider who knows it, and my professional existence depends on holding my tongue. Here I felt that my professional existence depended on not holding my tongue. To be held up before my mistress in my old age as a sort of deputy policeman was once again more than my Christianity was strong enough to bear. I beg to inform your ladyship, I said, that I never, to my knowledge, helped this abominable detective business in any way from first to last, and I summon Sergeant Cuff to contradict me if he dares. Having given vent in those words, I felt greatly relieved. Her ladyship honoured me by a little friendly pat on the shoulder. I looked with righteous indignation at the sergeant to see what he thought of such a testimony as that. The sergeant looked back like a lamb and seemed to like me better than ever. My lady informed him that he might continue his statement. I understand, she said, that you have honestly done your best in what you believe to be my interest. I am ready to hear what you have to say next. What I have to say next, answered Sergeant Cuff, relates to Rosanna Spearman. I recognized the young woman, as your ladyship may remember, when she brought the washing book into this room. Up to that time, I was inclined to doubt whether Miss Verinder had trusted her secret to anyone. When I saw Rosanna, I altered my mind. I suspected her at once of being privy to the suppression of the diamond. The poor creature has met her death by a dreadful end, and I don't want your ladyship to think now she's gone that I was unduly hard on her. If this had been a common case of thieving, I should have given Rosanna the benefit of the doubt just as freely as I should have given it to any of the other servants in the house. Our experience of the reformatory woman is that when tried in service, and when kindly and judiciously treated, they prove themselves, in the majority of cases, to be honestly penitent and honestly worthy of the pains taken with them. But this was not a common case of thieving. It was a case, in my mind, of a deeply planned fraud, with the owner of the diamond at the bottom of it. Holding this view, the first consideration which naturally presented itself to me in connection with Rosanna was this: would Miss Verinder be satisfied, begging your ladyship's pardon, with leading us all to think that the Moonstone was merely lost, or would she go a step further and delude us into believing that the Moonstone was stolen? In the latter event, there was Rosanna Spearman, with the character of a thief, ready to her hand, the person of all others to lead your ladyship off and to lead me off on a false scent. Was it possible, I asked myself, that he could put his case against Miss Rachel and Rosanna in a more horrid point of view than this? It was possible, as you shall now see. I had another reason for suspecting the deceased woman, he said, which appears to me to have been stronger still. Who would be the very person to help Miss Verinder in raising money privately on the diamond? Rosanna Spearman. No young lady in Miss Verinder's position could manage such a risky matter as that by herself. A go-between she must have, and who so fit, I ask again, as Rosanna Spearman? Your ladyship's deceased housemaid was at the top of her profession when she was a thief. She had relations, to my certain knowledge, with one of the few men in London, in the money-lending line, who would advance a large sum on such a notable jewel as the Moonstone, without asking awkward questions or insisting on awkward conditions. Bear this in mind, my lady. And now, let me show you how my suspicions have been justified by Rosanna's own acts and by the plain inferences to be drawn from them. He thereupon passed the whole of Rosanna's proceedings under review. You are already as well acquainted with those proceedings as I am, and you will understand how unanswerably this part of his report fixed the guilt of being concerned in the disappearance of the Moonstone on the memory of the poor dead girl. Even my mistress was daunted by what he said now. She made him no answer when he had done. It didn't seem to matter to the sergeant whether he was answered or not. On he went, devil take him, just as steady as ever. Having stated the whole case, as I understand it, he said, I have only to tell your ladyship now what I propose to do next. I see two ways of bringing this inquiry successfully to an end. One of those ways I look upon as a certainty. The other, I admit, is a bold experiment, and nothing more. Your ladyship shall decide. Shall we take the certainty first? My mistress made him a sign to take his own way and choose for himself. Thank you, said the sergeant. We'll begin with the certainty, as your ladyship is so good as to leave it to me. Whether Miss Verinder remains at Frizinghall or whether she returns here, I propose, in either case, to keep a careful watch on all her proceedings, on the people she sees, on the rides and walks she may take, and on the letters she may write and receive. What next? Asked my mistress. I shall next, answered the sergeant, request your ladyship's leave to introduce into the house, as a servant in the place of Rosanna Spearman, a woman accustomed to private inquiries of this sort, for whose discretion I can answer. What next? Repeated my mistress. Next, proceeded the sergeant, and last, I propose to send one of my brother officers to make an arrangement with that moneylender in London, whom I mentioned just now as formerly acquainted with Rosanna Spearman, and whose name and address, your ladyship may rely on it, have been communicated by Rosanna to Miss Verinder. I don't deny that the course of action I am now suggesting will cost money and consume time. But the result is certain. We run a line round the Moonstone, and we draw that line closer and closer till we find it in Miss Verinder's possession, supposing she decides to keep it. If her debts press, and she decides on sending it away, then we have our man ready, and we meet the Moonstone on its arrival in London. To hear her own daughter made the subject of such a proposal as this stung my mistress into speaking angrily for the first time. "Consider your proposal declined in every particular," she said, "and go on to your other way of bringing the inquiry to an end." "My other way," said the sergeant, going on as easy as ever, "is to try that bold experiment to which I have alluded. I think I have formed a pretty correct estimate of Miss Verinder's temperament. She is quite capable, according to my belief, of committing a daring fraud, but she is too hot and impetuous in temper, and too little accustomed to deceit as a habit, to act the hypocrite in small things, and to restrain herself under all provocations. Her feelings, in this case, have repeatedly got beyond her control, at the very time when it was plainly her interest to conceal them. It is on this peculiarity in her character that I now propose to act. I want to give her a great shock suddenly, under circumstances that will touch her to the quick. In plain English, I want to tell Miss Verinder, without a word of warning, of Rosanna's death, on the chance that her own better feelings will hurry her into making a clean breast of it. Does your ladyship accept that alternative?" My mistress astonished me beyond all power of expression. She answered him on the instant. "Yes, I do." "The pony chaise is ready," said the sergeant. "I wish your ladyship good morning." My lady held up her hand and stopped him at the door. "My daughter's better feelings shall be appealed to as you propose," she said, "but I claim the right, as her mother, of putting her to the test myself. You will remain here, if you please, and I will go to Frizinghall." For once in his life, the great Cuff stood speechless with amazement, like an ordinary man. My mistress rang the bell and ordered her waterproof things. It was still pouring with rain, and the close carriage had gone, as you know, with Miss Rachel to Frizinghall. I tried to dissuade her ladyship from facing the severity of the weather. Quite useless. I asked leave to go with her and hold the umbrella. She wouldn't hear of it. The pony chaise came round with the groom in charge. "You may rely on two things," she said to Sergeant Cuff in the hall. "I will try the experiment on Miss Verinder as boldly as you could try it yourself, and I will inform you of the result, either personally or by letter, before the last train leaves for London tonight." With that, she stepped into the chaise, and taking the reins herself, drove off to Frizinghall. Chapter 22. My mistress having left us, I had leisure to think of Sergeant Cuff. I found him sitting in a snug corner of the hall, consulting his memorandum book and curling up viciously at the corners of the lips. "Making notes of the case?" I asked. "No," said the sergeant. "Looking to see what my next professional engagement is." "Oh," I said. "You think it's all over then here?" "I think," answered Sergeant Cuff, "that Lady Verinder is one of the cleverest women in England. I also think a rose much better worth looking at than a diamond. Where is the gardener, Mr. Betteridge?" There was no getting a word more out of him on the matter of the Moonstone. He had lost all interest in his own inquiry, and he would persist in looking for the gardener. An hour afterwards, I heard them at high words in the conservatory, with the dog rose once more at the bottom of the dispute. In the meantime, It was my business to find out whether Mr. Franklin persisted in his resolution to leave us by the afternoon train. After having been informed of the conference in my lady's room and of how it had ended, he immediately decided on waiting to hear the news from Frizinghall. This very natural alteration in his plans, which, with ordinary people, would have led to nothing in particular, proved in Mr. Franklin's case to have one objectionable result. It left him unsettled, with a legacy of idle time on his hands, and in so doing, it let out all the foreign sides of his character, one on the top of another, like rats out of a bag. Now as an Italian Englishman, now as a German Englishman, and now as a French Englishman, he drifted in and out of all the sitting rooms in the house, with nothing to talk of but Miss Rachel's treatment of him, and with nobody to address himself to but me. I found him, for example, in the library, sitting under the map of modern Italy, and quite unaware of any other method of meeting his troubles, except the method of talking about them. I have several worthy aspirations, Betteridge, but what am I to do with them now? I am full of dormant good qualities, if Rachel would only have helped me to bring them out. He was so eloquent in drawing the picture of his own neglected merits, and so pathetic in lamenting over it when it was done, that I felt quite at my wits' end how to console him, when it suddenly occurred to me that here was a case for the wholesome application of a bit of Robinson Crusoe. I hobbled out to my own room, and hobbled back with that immortal book. Nobody in the library. The map of modern Italy stared at me, and I stared at the map of modern Italy. I tried the drawing room. There was his handkerchief on the floor to prove that he had drifted in, and there was the empty room to prove that he had drifted out again. I tried the dining room and discovered Samuel with a biscuit and a glass of sherry, silently investigating the empty air. A minute since, Mr. Franklin had rung furiously for a little light refreshment. On its production, in a violent hurry, by Samuel, Mr. Franklin had vanished before the bell downstairs had quite done ringing with the pull he had given to it. I tried the morning room and found him at last. There he was at the window, drawing hieroglyphics with his finger in the damp on the glass. "Your sherry is waiting for you, sir," I said to him. I might as well have addressed myself to one of the four walls of the room. He was down in the bottomless deep of his own meditations, past all pulling up. "How do you explain Rachel's conduct, Betteridge?" was the only answer I received. Not being ready with the needful reply, I produced Robinson Crusoe, in which I am firmly persuaded some explanation might have been found if we had only searched long enough for it. Mr. Franklin shut up Robinson Crusoe and floundered into his German-English gibberish on the spot. "Why not look into it?" he said, as if I had personally objected to looking into it. Why the devil lose your patience, Betteridge, when patience is all that's wanted to arrive at the truth? Don't interrupt me. Rachel's conduct is perfectly intelligible, if you will only do her the common justice to take the objective view first, and the subjective view next, and the objective-subjective view to wind up with. What do we know? We know that the loss of the Moonstone on Thursday morning last threw her into a state of nervous excitement, from which she has not recovered yet. Do you mean to deny the objective view so far? Very well then, don't interrupt me. Now, being in a state of nervous excitement, how are we to expect that she should behave as she might otherwise have behaved to any of the people about her? Arguing in this way, from within outwards, what do we reach? We reach the subjective view. I defy you to controvert the subjective view. Very well then. What follows? Good heavens, the objective-subjective explanation follows, of course. Rachel, properly speaking, is not Rachel, but somebody else. Do I mind being cruelly treated by somebody else? You are unreasonable enough, Betteridge, But you can hardly accuse me of that. Then how does it end? It ends, in spite of your confounded English narrowness and prejudice, in my being perfectly happy and comfortable. Where's the sherry? My head was by this time in such a condition that I was not quite sure whether it was my own head or Mr. Franklin's. In this deplorable state I contrived to do what I take to have been 3 objective things. I got Mr. Franklin his sherry, I retired to my own room, and I solaced myself with the most composing pipe of tobacco I ever remember to have smoked in my life. Don't suppose, however, that I was quit of Mr. Franklin on such easy terms as these. Drifting again out of the morning room into the hall, he found his way to the offices next, smelt my pipe, and was instantly reminded that he had been simple enough to give up smoking for Miss Rachel's sake. In the twinkling of an eye, he burst in on me with his cigar case and came out strong on the one everlasting subject, in his neat, witty, unbelieving French way. Give me a light, Betteridge. Is it conceivable that a man can have smoked as long as I have without discovering that there is a complete system for the treatment of women at the bottom of his cigar case? Follow me carefully, and I will prove it in 2 words. You choose a cigar, you try it, and it disappoints you. What do you do upon that? You throw it away and try another. Now observe the application. You choose a woman, you try her, and she breaks your heart. Fool, take a lesson from your cigar case, throw her away, and try another. I shook my head at that. Wonderfully clever, I dare say, but my own experience was dead against it. In the time of the late Mrs. Betteridge, I said, I felt pretty often inclined to try your philosophy, Mr. Franklin, but the law insists on your smoking your cigar, sir, when you have once chosen it. I pointed that observation with a wink. Mr. Franklin burst out laughing, and we were as merry as crickets until the next new side of his character turned up in due course. So things went on with my young master and me, and so, while the sergeant and the gardener were wrangling over the roses, we two spent the interval before the news came back from Frizinghall. The pony chaise returned a good half-hour before I had ventured to expect it. My lady had decided to remain for the present at her sister's house. The groom brought 2 letters from his mistress, one addressed to Mr. Franklin and the other to me. Mr. Franklin's letter I sent to him in the library, into which refuge his driftings had now taken him for the 2nd time. My own letter I read in my own room. A cheque, which dropped out when I opened it, informed me, before I had mastered the contents, that Sergeant Cuff's dismissal from the inquiry after the Moonstone was now a settled thing. I sent to the conservatory to say that I wished to speak to the sergeant directly. He appeared, with his mind full of the gardener and the dog rose, declaring that the equal of Mr. Begbie for obstinacy never had existed yet, and never would exist again. I requested him to dismiss such wretched trifling as this from our conversation, and to give his best attention to a really serious matter. Upon that, he exerted himself sufficiently to notice the letter in my hand. "Ah," he said in a weary way, "you have heard from her ladyship. Have I anything to do with it, Mr. Betteridge?" "You shall judge for yourself, Sergeant." I thereupon read him the letter, with my best emphasis and discretion, in the following words: "My good Gabriel, I request that you will inform Sergeant Cuff that I have performed the promise I made to him, with this result so far as Rosanna Spearman is concerned. Miss Verinder solemnly declares that she has never spoken a word in private to Rosanna since that unhappy woman first entered my house. They never met, even accidentally, on the night when the diamond was lost, and no communication of any sort whatever took place between them from the Thursday morning when the alarm was first raised in the house to this present Saturday afternoon when Miss Verinder left us. After telling my daughter suddenly and in so many words of Rosanna Spearman's suicide, this is what has come of it. Having reached that point, I looked up and asked Sergeant Cuff what he thought of the letter. So far, I should only often to you if I expressed my opinion, answered the sergeant. Go on, Mr. Betteredge, he said, with the most exasperating resignation. Go on. When I remembered that this man had had the audacity to complain of our gardener's obstinacy, my tongue itched to go on, in other words than my mistress's. This time, however, my Christianity held firm. I proceeded steadily with her ladyship's letter. Having appealed to Miss Verinder in the manner which the officer thought most desirable, I spoke to her next in the manner which I myself thought most likely to impress her. On 2 different occasions, before my daughter left my roof, I privately warned her that she was exposing herself to suspicion of the most unendurable and most degrading kind. I have now told her, in the plainest terms, that my apprehensions have been realized. Her answer to this, on her own solemn affirmation, is as plain as words can be. In the first place, she owes no money privately to any living creature. In the second place, the diamond is not now and never has been in her possession since she put it into her cabinet on Wednesday night. The confidence which my daughter has placed in me goes no further than this. She maintains an obstinate silence when I ask her if she can explain the disappearance of the diamond. She refuses, with tears, when I appeal to her to speak out for my sake. The day will come when you will know why I am careless about being suspected, and why I am silent, even to you. I have done much to make my mother pity me, nothing to make my mother blush for me. Those are my daughter's own words. After what has passed between the officer and me, I think, stranger as he is, that he should be made acquainted with what Miss Verinder has said, as well as you. Read my letter to him, and then place in his hands the cheque which I enclose. In resigning all further claim on his services, I have only to say that I am convinced of his honesty and his intelligence, but I am more firmly persuaded than ever that the circumstances in this case have fatally misled him. There the letter ended. Before presenting the cheque, I asked Sergeant Cuff if he had any remark to make. It's no part of my duty, Mr. Betteredge, he answered, to make remarks on a case when I have done with it. I tossed the cheque across the table to him. Do you believe in that part of her ladyship's letter? I said, indignantly. The sergeant looked at the cheque and lifted up his dismal eyebrows in acknowledgment of her ladyship's liberality. This is such a generous estimate of the value of my time, he said, that I feel bound to make some return for it. I'll bear in mind the amount in this cheque, Mr. Betteredge, when the occasion comes round for remembering it. What do you mean? I asked. Her ladyship has smoothed matters over for the present very cleverly, said the sergeant, but this family scandal is of the sort that bursts up again when you least expect it. We shall have more detective business on our hands, sir, before the Moonstone is many months older. If those words meant anything, and if the manner in which he spoke them meant anything, it came to this. My mistress's letter had proved, to his mind, that Miss Rachel was hardened enough to resist the strongest appeal that could be addressed to her, and that she had deceived her own mother, good God, under what circumstances, by a series of abominable lies. How other people, in my place, might have replied to the sergeant, I don't know. I answered what he said, in these plain terms. Sergeant Cuff, I consider your last observation as an insult to my lady and her daughter. Mr. Betteredge, Consider it as a warning to yourself, and you will be nearer the mark. Hot and angry as I was, the infernal confidence with which he gave me that answer closed my lips. I walked to the window to compose myself. The rain had given over, and who should I see in the courtyard but Mr. Begbie, the gardener, waiting outside to continue the Dog Rose controversy with Sergeant Cuff. "My compliments to the sergeant," said Mr. Begbie, the moment he set eyes on me. "If he's minded to walk to the station, I'm agreeable to go with him." "What?" cries the sergeant behind me. "Are you not convinced yet?" "The deal a bit I'm convinced," answered Mr. Begbie. "Then I'll walk to the station," says the sergeant. "Then I'll meet you at the gate," says Mr. Begbie. I was angry enough, as you know, but how was any man's anger to hold out against such an interruption as this? Sergeant Cuff noticed the change in me and encouraged it by a word in season. "Come, come," he said. "Why not treat my view of the case as her ladyship treats it? Why not say, the circumstances have fatally misled me?" To take anything as her ladyship took it was a privilege worth enjoying, even with the disadvantage of its having been offered to me by Sergeant Cuff. I cooled slowly down to my customary level. I regarded any other opinion of Miss Rachel than my lady's opinion or mine with a lofty contempt. The only thing I could not do was to keep off the subject of the Moonstone. My own good sense ought to have warned me, I know, to let the matter rest. But there, the virtues which distinguish the present generation were not invented in my time. Sergeant Cuff had hit me on the raw, and though I did look down upon him with contempt, the tender place still tingled for all that. The end of it was that I perversely led him back to the subject of her ladyship's letter. "I'm quite satisfied myself," I said, "but never mind that. Go on," as if I was still open to conviction. "You think Miss Rachel is not to be believed on her word, and you say we shall hear of the Moonstone again. Back your opinion, Sergeant," I concluded in an airy way. "Back your opinion." Instead of taking offense, Sergeant Cuff seized my hand and shook it till my fingers ached again. "I declare to heaven," says this strange officer solemnly, "I would take to domestic service tomorrow, Mr. Betteridge, if I had a chance of being employed along with you. To say you are as transparent as a child, sir, is to pay the children a compliment which 9 out of 10 of them don't deserve. There, there, we won't begin to dispute again. You shall have it out of me on easier terms than that. I won't say a word more about her ladyship or about Miss Verinder. I'll only turn prophet for once in a way, and for your sake. I have warned you already that you haven't done with the Moonstone yet. Very well. Now I'll tell you, at parting, of 3 things which will happen in the future and which, I believe, will force themselves on your attention, whether you like it or not. "Go on," I said, quite unabashed, and just as airy as ever. "First," said the sergeant, "you will hear something from the Yollands when the postman delivers Rosanna's letter at Cobb's Hole on Monday next. If he had thrown a bucket of cold water over me, I doubt if I could have felt it much more unpleasantly than I felt those words. Miss Rachel's assertion of her innocence had left Rosanna's conduct. The making the new nightgown, the hiding the smeared nightgown, and all the rest of it, entirely without explanation. And this had never occurred to me till Sergeant Cuff forced it on my mind all in a moment. In the second place," proceeded the sergeant, "you will hear of the 3 Indians again. You will hear of them in the neighborhood, if Miss Rachel remains in the neighborhood. You will hear of them in London, if Miss Rachel goes to London." Having lost all interest in the 3 jugglers, and having thoroughly convinced myself of my young lady's innocence, I took this second prophecy easily enough. So much for two of the three things that are going to happen, I said. Now, for the third. Third and last, said Sergeant Cuff, you will, sooner or later, hear something of that moneylender in London, whom I have twice taken the liberty of mentioning already. Give me your pocketbook, and I'll make a note for you of his name and address, so that there may be no mistake about it if the thing really happens. He wrote accordingly on a blank leaf, Mr. Septimus Luca, Middlesex Place, Lambeth, London. There, he said, pointing to the address, are the last words on the subject of the Moonstone, which I shall trouble you with for the present. Time will show whether I am right or wrong. In the meanwhile, sir, I carry away with me a sincere personal liking for you, which I think does honor to both of us. If we don't meet again, before my professional retirement takes place, I hope you will come and see me in a little house near London, which I have got my eye on. There will be grass walks, Mr. Betteridge, I promise you, in my garden. And as for the white moss rose, the deal a bit you'll get the white moss rose to grow, unless you butt him on the dog rose first, cried a voice at the window. We both turned round. There was the everlasting Mr. Begbie, too eager for the controversy to wait any longer at the gate. The sergeant wrung my hand and darted out into the courtyard, hotter still on his side. Ask him about the moss rose when he comes back, and see if I have left him a leg to stand on, cried the great Cuff, hailing me through the window in his turn. Gentlemen both, I answered, moderating them again, as I had moderated them once already. In the matter of the moss rose, there is a great deal to be said on both sides. I might as well, as the Irish say, have whistled jigs to a milestone. Away they went together, fighting the battle of the roses without asking or giving quarter on either side. The last I saw of them, Mr. Begbie was shaking his obstinate head, and Sergeant Cuff had got him by the arm like a prisoner in charge. Ah, well, I own I couldn't help liking the sergeant, though I hated him all the time. Explain that state of mind, if you can. You will soon be rid, now, of me and my contradictions. When I have reported Mr. Franklin's departure, the history of the Saturday's events will be finished at last. And when I have next described certain strange things that happened in the course of the new week, I shall have done my part of the story, and shall hand over the pen to the person who is appointed to follow my lead. If you are as tired of reading this narrative as I am of writing it, Lord, how we shall enjoy ourselves on both sides a few pages further on. Chapter 23. I had kept the pony chaise ready in case Mr. Franklin persisted in leaving us by the train that night. The appearance of the luggage, followed downstairs by Mr. Franklin himself, informed me plainly enough that he had held firm to a resolution for once in his life. "So, you have really made up your mind, sir," I said, as we met in the hall. "Why not wait a day or two longer and give Miss Rachel another chance?" The foreign varnish appeared to have all worn off Mr. Franklin, now that the time had come for saying goodbye. Instead of replying to me in words, he put the letter which her ladyship had addressed to him into my hand. The greater part of it said over again what had been said already in the other communication received by me. But there was a bit about Miss Rachel added at the end, which will account for the steadiness of Mr. Franklin's determination, if it accounts for nothing else. "You will wonder, I dare say," her ladyship wrote, "at my allowing my own daughter to keep me perfectly in the dark. A diamond worth £20,000 has been lost, and I am left to infer that the mystery of its disappearance is no mystery to Rachel, and that some incomprehensible obligation of silence has been laid on her by some person or persons utterly unknown to me, with some object in view at which I cannot even guess. Is it conceivable that I should allow myself to be trifled with in this way? It is quite conceivable in Rachel's present state. She is in a condition of nervous agitation pitiable to see. I dare not approach the subject of the Moonstone again until time has done something to quiet her. To help this end, I have not hesitated to dismiss the police officer. The mystery which baffles us baffles him too. This is not a matter in which any stranger can help us. He adds to what I have to suffer, and he maddens Rachel if she only hears his name. My plans for the future are as well settled as they can be. My present idea is to take Rachel to London, partly to relieve her mind by a complete change, partly to try what may be done by consulting the best medical advice. Can I ask you to meet us in town? My dear Franklin, you in your way must imitate my patience and wait, as I do, for a fitter time. The valuable assistance which you rendered to the inquiry after the lost jewel is still an unpardoned offence in the present dreadful state of Rachel's mind. Moving blindfold in this matter, you have added to the burden of anxiety which she has had to bear by innocently threatening her secret with discovery through your exertions. It is impossible for me to excuse the perversity that holds you responsible for consequences which neither you nor I could imagine or foresee. She is not to be reasoned with. She can only be pitied. I am grieved to have to say it, but for the present, you and Rachel are better apart. The only advice I can offer you is to give her time. I handed the letter back, sincerely sorry for Mr. Franklin, for I knew how fond he was of my young lady, and I saw that her mother's account of her had cut him to the heart. You know the proverb, sir, was all I said to him. When things are at the worst, they're sure to mend. Things can't be much worse, Mr. Franklin, than they are now. Mr. Franklin folded up his aunt's letter, without appearing to be much comforted by the remark which I had ventured on addressing to him. When I came here from London with that horrible diamond, he said, I don't believe there was a happier household in England than this. Look at the household now, scattered, disunited, the very air of the place poisoned with mystery and suspicion. Do you remember that morning at the Shivering Sand when we talked about my Uncle Herncastle and his birthday gift? The Moonstone has served the Colonel's vengeance, Betteridge, by means which the Colonel himself never dreamt of. With that, he shook me by the hand and went out to the pony chaise. I followed him down the steps. It was very miserable to see him leaving the old place, where he had spent the happiest years of his life. In this way, Penelope, sadly upset by all that had happened in the house, came round crying to bid him good-bye. Mr. Franklin kissed her. I waved my hand, as much as to say, You're heartily welcome, sir. Some of the other female servants appeared, peeping after him round the corner. He was one of those men whom the women all like. At the last moment, I stopped the pony chaise and begged as a favour that he would let us hear from him by letter. He didn't seem to heed what I said. He was looking round from one thing to another, taking a sort of farewell of the old house and grounds. Tell us where you're going to, sir, I said, holding on by the chaise and trying to get at his future plans in that way. Mr. Franklin pulled his hat down suddenly over his eyes. Going, says he, echoing the word after me. I am going to the devil. The pony started at the word, as if he had felt a Christian horror of it. God bless you, sir, go where you may, was all I had time to say before he was out of sight and hearing. A sweet and pleasant gentleman, with all his faults and follies, a sweet and pleasant gentleman. He left a sad gap behind him when he left my lady's house. It was dull and dreary enough when the long summer evening closed in on that Saturday night. I kept my spirits from sinking by sticking fast to my pipe and my Robinson Crusoe. The women, excepting Penelope, beguiled the time by talking of Rosanna's suicide. They were all obstinately of opinion that the poor girl had stolen the Moonstone and that she had destroyed herself in terror of being found out. My daughter, of course, privately held fast to what she had said all along. Her notion of the motive which was really at the bottom of the suicide failed, oddly enough, just where my young lady's assertion of her innocence failed also. It left Rosanna's secret journey to Frizinghall and Rosanna's proceedings in the matter of the nightgown entirely unaccounted for. There was no use in pointing this out to Penelope. The objection made about as much impression on her as a shower of rain on a waterproof coat. The truth is, my daughter inherits my superiority to reason, and in respect to that accomplishment, has got a long way ahead of her own father. On the next day, Sunday, the close carriage, which had been kept at Mr. Ablewhite's, came back to us empty. The coachman brought a message for me, and written instructions for my lady's own maid and for Penelope. The message informed me that my mistress had determined to take Miss Rachel to her house in London on the Monday. The written instructions informed the two maids of the clothing that was wanted and directed them to meet their mistresses in town at a given hour. Most of the other servants were to follow. My lady had found Miss Rachel so unwilling to return to the house, after what had happened in it, that she had decided on going to London direct from Frizinghall. I was to remain in the country until further orders to look after things indoors and out. The servants left with me were to be put on board wages. Being reminded by all this of what Mr. Franklin had said about our being a scattered and disunited household, my mind was led naturally to Mr. Franklin himself. The more I thought of him, the more uneasy I felt about his future proceedings. It ended in my writing by the Sunday's post to his father's valet, Mr. Jeffco, whom I had known in former years, to beg he would let me know what Mr. Franklin had settled to do. On arriving in London, the Sunday evening was, if possible, duller even than the Saturday evening. We ended the day of rest, as hundreds of thousands of people end it regularly once a week in these islands. That is to say, we all anticipated bedtime and fell asleep in our chairs. How the Monday affected the rest of the household, I don't know. The Monday gave me a good shake-up. The first of Sergeant Cuff's prophecies of what was to happen, namely, that I should hear from the Yollands, came true on that day. I had seen Penelope and my lady's maid off in the railway with the luggage for London, and was pottering about the grounds when I heard my name called. Turning round, I found myself face to face with the fisherman's daughter, limping Lucy. Bating her lame foot and her leanness, this last a horrid drawback to a woman in my opinion, the girl had some pleasing qualities in the eye of a man. A dark, keen, clever face, and a nice, clear voice, and a beautiful brown head of hair counted among her merits. A crutch appeared in the list of her misfortunes, and a temper reckoned high in the sum total of her defects. "Well, my dear," I said, "what do you want with me?" "Where's the man you call Franklin Blake?" says the girl, fixing me with a fierce look as she rested herself on her crutch. "That's not a respectful way to speak of any gentleman," I answered. "If you wish to inquire for my lady's nephew, you will please to mention him as Mr. Franklin Blake." She limped a step nearer to me and looked as if she could have eaten me alive. "Mr. Franklin Blake," she repeated after me. "Murderer Franklin Blake would be a fitter name for him." My practice with the late Mrs. Betteridge came in handy here. Whenever a woman tries to put you out of temper, turn the tables and put her out of temper instead. They are generally prepared for every effort you can make in your own defense, but that one word does it as well as 100. And one word did it with Limping Lucy. I looked her pleasantly in the face, and I said, "Pooh!" The girl's temper flamed out directly. She poised herself on her sound foot, and she took her crutch and beat it furiously 3 times on the ground. "He's a murderer! He's a murderer! He's a murderer! He has been the death of Rosanna Spearman." She screamed that answer out at the top of her voice. 1 or 2 of the people at work in the grounds near us looked up, saw it was Limping Lucy, knew what to expect from that quarter, and looked away again. "He has been the death of Rosanna Spearman," I repeated. "What makes you say that, Lucy?" "What do you care? What does any man care? Oh, if she had only thought of the men as I think, she might have been living now." "She always thought kindly of me, poor soul," I said, "and to the best of my ability, I always tried to act kindly by her." I spoke those words in as comforting a manner as I could. The truth is, I hadn't the heart to irritate the girl by another of my smart replies. I had only noticed her temper at first. I noticed her wretchedness now, and wretchedness is not uncommonly insolent, you will find, in humble life. My answer melted Limping Lucy. She bent her head down and laid it on the top of her crutch. "I loved her," the girl said softly. "She had lived a miserable life, Mr. Betteridge. Vile people had ill-treated her and led her wrong, and it hadn't spoiled her sweet temper. She was an angel. She might have been happy with me. I had a plan for our going to London together, like sisters, and living by our needles. That man came here and spoilt it all. He bewitched her. Don't tell me he didn't mean it and didn't know it. He ought to have known it. He ought to have taken pity on her. I can't live without him. And, oh, Lucy, he never even looks at me." That's what she said. Cruel, cruel, cruel. I said, "No man is worth fretting for in that way." And she said, "There are men worth dying for, Lucy, and he is one of them." I had saved up a little money. I had settled things with father and mother. I meant to take her away from the mortification she was suffering here. We should have had a little lodging in London and lived together like sisters. She had a good education, sir, as you know, and she wrote a good hand. She was quick at her needle. I have a good education, and I write a good hand. I am not as quick at my needle as she was, but I could have done. We might have got our living nicely. And oh, what happens this morning? What happens this morning? Her letter comes and tells me that she has done with the burden of her life. Her letter comes and bids me goodbye forever. "Where is he?" cries the girl, lifting her head from the crutch and flaming out again through her tears. "Where's this gentleman that I mustn't speak of, except with respect? Ha, Mr. Betteridge, the day is not far off when the poor will rise against the rich. I pray heaven they may begin with him. I pray heaven they may begin with him." Here was another of your average good Christians, and here was the usual breakdown consequent on that same average Christianity being pushed too far. The parson himself, though I own this is saying a great deal, could hardly have lectured the girl in the state she was in now. All I ventured to do was to keep her to the point, in the hope of something turning up which might be worth hearing. "What do you want with Mr. Franklin Blake?" I asked. "I want to see him." "For anything particular?" "I have got a letter to give him." "From Rosanna Spearman?" "Yes." "Sent to you in your own letter?" "Yes." Was the darkness going to lift? Were all the discoveries that I was dying to make coming and offering themselves to me of their own accord? I was obliged to wait a moment. Sergeant Cuff had left his infection behind him. Certain signs and tokens, personal to myself, warned me that the detective fever was beginning to set in again. "You can't see Mr. Franklin," I said. I must and will see him. He went to London last night. Limping Lucy looked me hard in the face and saw that I was speaking the truth. Without a word more, she turned about again instantly towards Cobb's Hole. "Stop," I said. "I expect news of Mr. Franklin Blake tomorrow. Give me your letter, and I'll send it on to him by the post." Limping Lucy steadied herself on her crutch and looked back at me over her shoulder. "I am to give it from my hands into his hands," she said, "and I am to give it to him in no other way. Shall I write and tell him what you have said? Tell him I hate him, and you will tell him the truth." "Yes, yes, but about the letter. If he wants the letter, he must come back here and get it from me." With those words, she limped off on the way to Cobb's Hole. The detective fever burnt up all my dignity on the spot. I followed her and tried to make her talk, all in vain. It was my misfortune to be a man, and Limping Lucy enjoyed disappointing me. Later in the day, I tried my luck with her mother. Good Mrs. Yolland could only cry and recommend a drop of comfort out of the Dutch bottle. I found the fisherman on the beach. He said it was a bad job and went on mending his net. Neither father nor mother knew more than I knew. The one way left to try was the chance, which might come with the morning, of writing to Mr. Franklin Blake. I leave you to imagine how I watched for the postman on Tuesday morning. He brought me 2 letters. One, from Penelope, which I had hardly patience enough to read, announced that my lady and Miss Rachel were safely established in London. The other, from Mr. Jeffco, informed me that his master's son had left England already. On reaching the metropolis, Mr. Franklin had, it appeared, gone straight to his father's residence. He arrived at an awkward time. Mr. Blake, the elder, was up to his eyes in the business of the House of Commons, and was amusing himself at home that night with the favourite parliamentary plaything which they call a private bill. Mr. Jeffco himself showed Mr. Franklin into his father's study. "My dear Franklin, why do you surprise me in this way? Anything wrong?" "Yes, something wrong with Rachel. I am dreadfully distressed about it. Grieved to hear it, but I can't listen to you now." "When can you listen?" "My dear boy, I won't deceive you. I can listen at the end of the session, not a moment before. Good night." "Thank you, sir. Good night." Such was the conversation inside the study as reported to me by Mr. Jeffco. The conversation outside the study was shorter still. "Jeffco, see what time the tidal train starts tomorrow morning." "At 6:40, Mr. Franklin." "Have me called at 5. "Going abroad, sir." "Going, Jeffco, wherever the railway chooses to take me." "Shall I tell your father, sir?" "Yes, tell him at the end of the session." The next morning, Mr. Franklin had started for foreign parts. To what particular place he was bound, nobody, himself included, could presume to guess. We might hear of him next in Europe, Asia, Africa, or America. The chances were as equally divided as possible, in Mr. Jeffco's opinion, among the 4 quarters of the globe. This news, by closing up all prospects of my bringing Limping Lucy and Mr. Franklin together, at once stopped any further progress of mine on the way to discovery. Penelope's belief that her fellow servant had destroyed herself through unrequited love for Mr. Franklin Blake was confirmed, and that was all. Whether the letter which Rosanna had left to be given to him after her death did, or did not, contain the confession which Mr. Franklin had suspected her of trying to make to him in her lifetime, it was impossible to say. It might be only a farewell word, telling nothing but the secret of her unhappy fancy for a person beyond her reach, or it might own the whole truth about the strange proceedings in which Sergeant Cuff had detected her from the time when the Moonstone was lost to the time when she rushed to her own destruction at the shivering sand. A sealed letter, it had been placed in Limping Lucy's hand, and a sealed letter it remained to me and to everyone about the girl, her own parents included. We all suspected her of having been in the dead woman's confidence. We all tried to make her speak. We all failed. Now one, and now another, of the servants, still holding to the belief that Rosanna had stolen the diamond and had hidden it, peered and poked about the rocks to which she had been traced, and peered and poked in vain. The tide ebbed, and the tide flowed. The summer went on, and the autumn came, and the quicksand, which hid her body, hid her secret too. The news of Mr. Franklin's departure from England on the Sunday morning, and the news of my lady's arrival in London with Miss Rachel on the Monday afternoon had reached me, as you are aware, by the Tuesday's post. The Wednesday came and brought nothing. The Thursday produced a second budget of news from Penelope. My girl's letter informed me that some great London doctor had been consulted about her young lady and had earned a guinea by remarking that she had better be amused. Flower shows, operas, balls, there was a whole round of gaieties in prospect, and Miss Rachel, to her mother's astonishment, eagerly took to it all. Mr. Godfrey had called, evidently as sweet as ever, on his cousin, in spite of the reception he had met with, when he tried his luck on the occasion of the birthday. To Penelope's great regret, he had been most graciously received, and had added Miss Rachel's name to one of his ladies' charities on the spot. My mistress was reported to be out of spirits, and to have held 2 long interviews with her lawyer. Certain speculations followed, referring to a poor relation of the family, one Miss Clack, whom I have mentioned in my account of the birthday dinner, as sitting next to Mr. Godfrey and having a pretty taste in champagne. Penelope was astonished to find that Miss Clack had not called yet. She would surely not be long before she fastened herself on my lady as usual, and so forth, in the way women have of girding at each other on and off paper. This would not have been worth mentioning, I admit, but for one reason. I hear you are likely to be turned over to Miss Clack after parting with me. In that case, just do me the favor of not believing a word she says, if she speaks of your humble servant. On Friday, nothing happened, except that one of the dogs showed signs of a breaking out behind the ears. I gave him a dose of syrup of buckthorn and put him on a diet of pot liquor and vegetables till further orders. Excuse my mentioning this. It has slipped in somehow. Pass it over, please. I am fast coming to the end of my offences against your cultivated modern taste. Besides, the dog was a good creature and deserved a good physicking. He did indeed. Saturday, the last day of the week, is also the last day in my narrative. The morning's post brought me a surprise in the shape of a London newspaper. The handwriting on the direction puzzled me. I compared it with the money-lender's name and address as recorded in my pocketbook and identified it at once as the writing of Sergeant Cuff. Looking through the paper eagerly enough, after this discovery, I found an ink mark drawn round one of the police reports. Here it is, at your service. Read it as I read it, and you will set the right value on the sergeant's polite attention in sending me the news of the day. Lambeth. Shortly before the closing of the court, Mr. Septimus Luca, the well-known dealer in ancient gems, carvings, intagli, etc., applied to the sitting magistrate for advice. The applicant stated that he had been annoyed, at intervals throughout the day, by the proceedings of some of those strolling Indians who infest the streets. The persons complained of were 3 in number. After having been sent away by the police, they had returned again and again and had attempted to enter the house on pretense of asking for charity. Warned off in the front, they had been discovered again at the back of the premises. Besides the annoyance complained of, Mr. Luca expressed himself as being under some apprehension that robbery might be contemplated. His collection contained many unique gems, both classical and oriental, of the highest value. He had only the day before been compelled to dismiss a skilled workman in ivory carving from his employment, a native of India, as we understood, on suspicion of attempted theft. And he felt by no means sure that this man and the street jugglers of whom he complained might not be acting in concert. It might be their object to collect a crowd and create a disturbance in the street and, in the confusion thus caused, to obtain access to the house. In reply to the magistrate, Mr. Luca admitted that he had no evidence to produce of any attempt at robbery being in contemplation. He could speak positively to the annoyance and interruption caused by the Indians, but not to anything else. The magistrate remarked that if the annoyance were repeated, the applicant could summon the Indians to that court, where they might easily be dealt with under the Act. As to the valuables in Mr. Luca's possession, Mr. Luca himself must take the best measures for their safe custody. He would do well perhaps to communicate with the police and to adopt such additional precautions as their experience might suggest. The applicant thanked his worship and withdrew. One of the wise ancients is reported, I forget on what occasion, as having recommended his fellow creatures to look to the end. Looking to the end of these pages of mine, and wondering for some days past how I should manage to write it, I find my plain statement of facts coming to a conclusion, most appropriately of its own self. We have gone on in this matter of the Moonstone, from one marvel to another, and here we end with the greatest marvel of all, namely, the accomplishment of Sergeant Cuff's 3 predictions in less than a week from the time when he had made them. After hearing from the Yollands on the Monday, I had now heard of the Indians, and heard of the money-lender in the news from London. Miss Rachel herself, remember, being also in London at the time. You see, I put things at their worst, even when they tell dead against my own view. If you desert me, and side with the sergeant on the evidence before you, if the only rational explanation you can see is that Miss Rachel and Mr. Luca must have got together, and that the Moonstone must be now in pledge in the money-lender's house, I own I can't blame you for arriving at that conclusion. In the dark, I have brought you thus far. In the dark, I am compelled to leave you with my best respects. Why compelled? It may be asked. Why not take the persons who have gone along with me so far up into those regions of superior enlightenment in which I sit myself? In answer to this, I can only state that I am acting under orders, and that those orders have been given to me, as I understand, in the interests of truth. I am forbidden to tell more in this narrative than I knew myself at the time. Or to put it plainer, I am to keep strictly within the limits of my own experience, and am not to inform you of what other persons told me, for the very sufficient reason that you are to have the information from those other persons themselves at first hand. In this matter of the Moonstone, the plan is not to present reports, but to produce witnesses. I picture to myself a member of the family reading these pages 50 years hence. Lord, what a compliment he will feel it to be asked to take nothing on hearsay, and to be treated in all respects like a judge on the bench. At this place, then, we part, for the present at least, after long journeying together, with a companionable feeling, I hope, on both sides. The devil's dance of the Indian diamond has threaded its way to London, and to London you must go after it, leaving me at the country house. Please to excuse the faults of this composition. My talking so much of myself, and being too familiar, I am afraid, with you. I mean no harm, and I drink most respectfully, having just done dinner, to your health and prosperity in a tankard of her ladyship's ale. May you find in these leaves of my writing what Robinson Crusoe found in his experience on the desert island, namely, something to comfort yourselves from and to set in the description of good and evil on the credit side of the account. Farewell. Na. The end of the first perio. J.